content lovers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Welcome to Saturday. Um, as I've just warned everyone, there's one of my neighbors. There's someone in this neighborhood who like occasionally just goes like absolutely ham sandwich on I don't know what. I think they're like trying to do some sort of like supersonic like villain experiment. There was a time not that long ago where like there wasn't like genuinely audible noise, but like there was some intense vibration that could be felt in like the walls of my home and was making noise from the reverberation of things, which is like intense and not good. Like that shouldn't be happening. But like normally every now and then they'll just like on like a random, usually like Friday or Saturday night, just like completely blast like audio, but like in a way that's like especially annoying because they don't like it's almost worse that it's like not consistent because like you can kind of like tune it out, right? Like if there's like something, even if it's like a little annoying, if something is just like there, like eventually you can sort of like not be focused on it. But like what they keep doing is just like playing like a really intense like something with like bass to it for like less than a minute and then like stop and then do that again and then stop and then do that again. And it's not like consistent intervals between times doing that. As I said earlier, it feels like they're like editing like a music video or something because it seems like they're playing the same segment of some non-identifiable song. But like if you were doing something like that, there would be no need to play it at such a volume that people in other houses nearby would be able to hear it with absolutely no difficulty whatsoever. Like that's just like not reasonable adult behavior. Um and as I said, so while I was like they've been doing this for about an hour. I've been setting up for like a lot of that time. And for most of that time the microphone was not showing that it was picking that up, but like it has at a few times done that. So like if you suddenly hear like some weird low sound, that's probably what it is cop still in the air? No, but like I mean I don't think it is, maybe it is, but like I was like scrolling through my like cable alternative streaming service known as Philo not that long ago. I think it was on Philo that I saw this. There was like some channel that was like real police body cam footage. I'm like, that's basically cops. That's basically just cops, you know. The show Cops that was on the air, and I don't think it is, but I don't know. Maybe they're trying to watch a single music video with my old internet and it stops to buffer every 2 seconds. I mean, that could be true, but that still wouldn't explain why they're using like, you know, Doc Brown's speaker from the beginning of Back to the Future. I don't know what Philo is. It's lit. Okay, let me explain to you what Philo is. It may be of interest to you. It's probably not. Most of you probably don't care. Philo, Philo, is a streaming service, but it's not like Peacock or Netflix or, you know, one of the big names that's like linked to, you know, like a production studio and its back catalog or something. What it is it's basically cable as a streaming service. Like instead of paying like I don't know, it's hard to know what the static price of cable is because you always have to like fight them for like deals or whatever, and it's been a little bit. But like instead of paying like 60, 80, $100 whatever for like a basic cable package, I pay like I think I'm still at like $20 a month. I might be just over that now because they had a price increase last year. And like it has like almost every like basic cable channel that like I could want and like a whole bunch of others. It's like the thing that lets me have access to Hallmark even though I don't have cable. Um but like it's if you watch anything on like basic cable, it's a really good alternative to like paying for all of basic cable. Like I did a lot of research when I was like looking to like cut costs on some of that stuff and found that like Philo is just an extremely good service for that specific thing. Now, it's not something everyone cares about, but if you are interested in that, I do highly recommend it. Zachary says the last time I had cable, I think The Amazing Race was still on the air. So now The most recent season of The Amazing Race like ended in like mid-December. They literally had a finale where the teams went to a TV studio in New York and met Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch. I promise you that's true. Look it up. Look it up. Keen says, so not one of those free ad-supported streaming services. No. So it's interesting to go a little more in depth onto what exactly Philo is. It's not like, I think what Keen is describing is like Tubi or I think Freevee technically still exists, even though it's like part of Amazon. And like Pluto TV is something that I just downloaded to do the Twilight Zone marathon, which I alluded to briefly yesterday. And like those are services that sort of like curate a television experience and just sort of like pay for the service by inserting ads. What Philo is it genuinely is like the feed you would get on a like basic cable channel. So some, like Nickelodeon or like Comedy Central or Hallmark. There's like a bunch of things. It doesn't include like everything, but like the vast majority of them. For example, it doesn't have the Sci-Fi Channel, which is why I had to find a workaround for the Twilight Zone marathon. But so like for one, that's kind of like the baseline. It does that. It has like a built-in virtual DVR, so you can like tell it to save stuff. It's not as comprehensive as like some cable DVRs or as like TiVo used to be before it like stopped sucking completely. But like it's pretty good. It's like a pretty good alternative that gives you the vast majority of cable. What is interesting is that in addition to that, which honestly I feel like is enough for the amount that you pay for the service if you get use out of that. But in addition, it does actually have some like kind of nebulous ability to like watch certain shows on demand. So even if something didn't air recently or you didn't tell it to record or something, like if there's like an ongoing show on like one of the channels that it supports, you can just sort of like do a search for it and you may just be able to watch those episodes on demand. And like if you do that, there will probably be like a few ads in it, which would not like more than you would see on something like Tubi or Pluto, like something like pretty comparable to that. So like it's a really nice versatile service. It's like maybe the only individual streaming service that I feel very strongly positively about, and it's not without its problems, but like if that sounds useful to you, I recommend it. It's a thing that I use a lot. And it's one of the things that I like share with my parents cuz like I mooch off a bunch of their stuff. Like I said, can you still steal cable in 2026? Like splice into the line and steal cable? I have no idea. I've never done that. I don't really know what technology would have been required to do that, or if that's somehow changed. Yeah, oh yeah, like yeah, I think AMC is on Philo. So like I know that there's like certain like shows that premiere on AMC that people watch. That's another one. There's like a bunch. Like if you look it up, like truly, like most cable networks are on Philo. It's kind of insane. Pay as a monthly fee and still get ads shoved down your throat. Why are we okay with this? Well, so in regards to specifically Philo, that's sort of a complicated question because like you pay for access to a thing that includes ads in it. It's separate from just like streaming stuff from like a Netflix or something. And like part of the trade-off there is the versatility of being able to like watch like an absolute ton of different things for like not very much money. The like watch stuff with ads tier on like specifically stuff like Netflix and Hulu and Amazon is kind of insane to me because they're like, hey, like get our service because we're the only ones who have whatever this show is or whatever. Like you want to watch Stranger Things, like get our service, but like also watch ads like that. I do think that's ridiculous. And like to me the kicker is this, like if the like with ads plan was like obscenely affordable, I think that would be easier to justify. But like now in 2026, like the with ads plan is basically the price I would expect to pay to get access to the service, and then I still get ads. If you actually want the service without ads, obviously it's just much too expensive. Own nothing but still be poor. I mean, that's the economy. That's, like the current government wants us to believe that the economy is good. Everything is bad. Hard to reconcile. Secular says, I remember when Hulu was free with ads and the premium subscription was no ads. Yeah, those were pretty good times. I mean, at least they have like more stuff now that like Disney's kind of merged with them. But like that's its own can of worms, right? Where like in my opinion, Hulu has one of the best like interfaces of all the streaming services. And so of course it's the one that's going to be like imploded and like absorbed into Disney Plus, which has a god awful interface. And then like Disney Plus, which uh whether through like misunderstanding or like their own misguided branding is sort of largely considered like a family streaming service with some exceptions. Like now will be the home to like FX TV dramas with like blood and gore and stuff, and that'll be like the main streaming home for them. It's weird. Zagler criticizes those were good times, and it was literally a decade ago. Yeah, but like it's been a rough decade. I'm pretty sure you've been here for this, but like if you lived through 2015 as even like mostly an adult, like in high school age or something, you've really seen some serious stuff, and it's been a pretty bad time. Like it says, I remember when Crunchyroll was the place to pirate dubbed anime. Was I don't think I'm really aware of like the oldest like prehistory on Crunchyroll. Is there a time like before it was like a service when it was like a pirate thing? Which it says funny thing, Hannibal the show was over gory with blood and guts everywhere because they were afraid of butt cracks. The use of the word because in that sentence is deeply confusing. Just the best of times, it was the worst of times. That sentence is like at most half correct, Sarah. Holy funny godmother, welcome to the stream. Hello. We're complaining about how we live in 2026 and streaming services are bad. I will say that I've been sort of aggressively watching Stranger Things season 5 since I got back from the holidays, hoping to avoid spoilers. I'm like getting close to the end, but I'm not there yet. I am of the understanding that people hate the ending. I don't know if they hate the entire season. I've been liking it so far. That's mostly all I'll say about that. Happy Badoo Year. Happy Badoo Year indeed. Happy Badoo Year, one and all. My sister works on Pokemon TCG Live, which is in the midst of celebrating Happy Badoo Year. Badoo is a Pokemon that's like a little like plant sprout that is sentient and adorable. It was devastating to the state of some of the competitive decks in the trading card game when it was released last year. And now we commemorate that by celebrating the Happy Badoo Year with excellent outfits for our characters and things along those lines. Fun fact for those who aren't in the deepest of lore, I played a few episodes, like a few stream installments of Pokemon. I forget which one I actually did on stream, if it was Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl. But I played like a few hours of one of those on stream, and I caught a shiny Badoo in that. Was Badoo broken? Not broken in the sense that it wasn't working correctly, but it was very powerful, which is in card game parlance often referred to as broken. But like, it was just really strong. Like in the Pokemon trading card game, one of the things that like players expect to be able to do reliably is to play like a relatively unlimited number of trainer cards. They're sort of just like an instantaneous action. You play the trainer, you play like an item card, and then you get some effect right away and just like send it to the discard pile. Badu has an attack that costs none energy, does 10 damage, and prevents your opponent from playing any item cards on their next turn. So they go from unlimited to none. It can really mess you up. Uh, Crunchyroll alternative. I haven't looked into Retro Crush TV. I don't know if that's any good. Mystery says couldn't do the Stranger Things final season. They were kids, and it suddenly looks like they're in their 40s. I gotta say, like I grew up watching like some of those like primetime soap operas. Like I was big into the OC specifically, and like I also liked Smallville for whatever that's worth. And those shows both definitely have like adults playing teenagers, but like they also like kind of have an implied sort of time skip to them in a way that I don't think Stranger Things does. And also those shows function on like a 1-to-1 like year to season ratio. But like basically I expected that having grown up like conditioned to that type of television casting, I was like, I probably have a higher tolerance than normal for adult playing high schooler. And then I started watching Stranger Things season 5 and I was like, I'm not sure if I was wrong, but it definitely bothers me. Zachary says, I stopped watching Stranger Things partway through the first episode of season 4 when a thought popped into my head, which was, oh, this sucks, and I never watched it again. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not like a huge Stranger Things apologist or anything. Like, honestly, I didn't like it very much for the first season when everyone was like really obsessed with it. But I do have a tendency, if things are like really big in pop culture, to try and keep up with them, to like understand pop culture. Um, and I don't know. Over time, it has done a lot of things that I've liked. I wouldn't go so far as to say like, oh, it's like an amazing like TV show or something like that. But like, I find myself enjoying where it's at. But like, there are lots of legitimate reasons not to do that. It's nice to see an actual ending for a Netflix series. I know, right? We should encourage that. I feel like perhaps, well, no, I feel like Netflix will definitely get the wrong message because they're Netflix. Which says Pluribus is my jam, though. Yeah, unfortunately, the creators have been very open about the fact that they don't expect a season 2 of Pluribus to happen until like late 2027 or early 2028. Also, I haven't seen anything quite as definitive, but like I saw some things that were implying that like Pluribus was conceived as a 4 series arc, and it was perhaps expected that there would be a similar gap between each pair of seasons, which would be a lot. That would be a lot. Stranger Things is like a long form improv that has gone on too long, and no one was listening to each other, and it got too complicated and didn't resolve. I think I would agree with that up through season 4. I can understand why people may not be satisfied with what's in season 5, but the thing that I like about season 5 is that at least there's a genuine effort that appears to be made to like include stuff that previously happened, which I didn't feel was necessarily true of seasons 2, 3, or 4. Um, but like, yeah, I'm not trying to convince anyone to watch. I'm just saying. Like it says, I reached a point where I've started to become annoyed with prestige television, partly because of the big gaps between seasons, partly because a lot of it seems to have climbed pretty far up its own butt. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there is some like prestige television like made for its own sake. One could say it insists upon itself. There's some that just exists and naturally is good and naturally is a little pretentious. Like Pluribus is a great show that I like a lot. That like happens to naturally be a little pretentious, but like it's also just really good. But it also tests your attention span in a way that people are not used to. So a lot of people online are big mad about it. You know, what's actually really interesting is now that I've been talking for a little while, my neighbor appears to have stopped like mashing jam on their play box or whatever. So hopefully they keep that up. They keep nothing up. They keep doing that no things at all. I have not watched any of Fallout. I also I have not played a Fallout game since like Fallout 1. I think Fallout 1 is the only Fallout game I've ever played. Technically, Tech and I on the Renegade Constabulary YouTube channel played like a little bit of Fallout 4. We played like 2 hours of Fallout 4 or something. Kate says Fallout was really good, but having Prime and not getting ad free without extra money is annoying. Someone walk me through this. What is like? When did Prime go to not ad free? And what's the distinction in those tiers? Because like I don't feel like I'm paying for that, but I don't think anything I've watched on my own account has had ads yet. But when I was like staying over at my parents' house, I was getting ads on that. Mystery says, I don't like what Gilligan does with his female leads. Painfully terrible people. Skylar Breaking Bad, Carolyn Pluribus. I mean, so like I don't know. I'm so far from a Breaking Bad apologist. Like I don't like Breaking Bad nearly as much as most people. I don't think it's a bad show, but I think it's like way overappreciated. Um Still I think that like Skylar in Breaking Bad is treated as a terrible person because people naturally want to root for the guy who's like trying to like fight the American healthcare system kind of. Carolyn Pluribus is like given very specific reasons for being annoying. Like, I don't think those things are comparable. Like, it's fine if you just don't like watching a female character who is not entirely like aspirational and positive. Like, that's fine. But like, I would not equate those at all. I think that's a very false equivalence. Just need entertainment to make me feel good because everything. I mean, that's fair. Like yeah, like I'm not trying, yeah, I'm not trying to say that like you have to like complicated or bad characters or gray shows or anything like that, but like I don't know, I just think that I think the details of the show Pluribus justify the way that character acts. I know that there are people who don't feel the same, and I think you could debate whether she's too extreme in her behavior, but I think it is a debate and it's not clearly wrong. Do you pay the nominal monthly Prime Video fee? Well, that's what I'm asking. What is that? When did it start? I've never done it before and I've never had ads before. Sister says, I learned I am officially autistic, so that probably has something to do with it. Now, what do you mean? What do you mean by officially autistic? Do you have a certificate? Did I miss something? Also, see about like $30 of the exact same thing at Trader Joe's. My fridge always has exactly the same stuff in it. I don't know how abnormal that is, but I also make no claims that I am normal. 2024 apparently. There's no shot like this must be one of those things. Let me tell you a fun story. Once upon a time, I did have cable through Spectrum when I lived in California. And there was like a whole kerfuffle with my account, but like the package that I started with was supposed to include HBO. And it didn't, and I had to fight them, and it sucked. And I won't tell you the whole story because it's not interesting, but it is one of the most mad I've ever been in my life, probably top five. Um, but the resolution to that was that I eventually had access to HBO through my cable there. Now, there was some period of time that I'm not sure still coincides with reality, where simply having HBO was enough to give you access to HBO Max. I think we're back to calling it HBO Max. That's been a whole nightmare as well. But like the HBO streaming service. So like I was able to log in and watch through that by nature of having HBO through my cable provider. A few years ago, like I had a really significant rent hike, like right as soon as like the pandemic like rate freeze ended, like huge, like I got base like my landlady found a way that was technically legal to like hit me with like two rent increases in back-to-back months of like December and January, and it sucked. It was like a big change. So like I at that point I like finally like cut cable like for real, which I'd been like working towards, but I was like cannot deal with that. Um but even though I no longer have access to HBO or cable, that never disabled my HBO Max. But I don't think I have a proper login for that because I think I only ever had it from like having a valid cable provider. So if I ever get logged off, I will never be able to watch HBO again. But right now I've been able to watch it for like over a year without having to pay for it. Which I'd feel bad about if the events that I'm not talking about hadn't transpired. They know what they did. They can deal with it. I forgot about the Crunchyroll subtitling thing. That is a whole like kerfuffle, isn't it? They done rebranded. They did a debranding. HBO did a debrand where they were like, now HBO Max is Max, which sounds more like HBO's competitor Cinemax than it does HBO, which is stupid. And everyone hated it, and it did really bad. And then they were like, okay, guess what, guys? New idea. HBO Max. Absolutely asinine, unbelievably stupid. Well, I mean, certainly I'm glad that I just I don't really know what official means, I guess is my only point, but like having, the ability to identify personality traits and how to better understand how to deal with them is always positive. That is always good. Uh Zaslav will get millions or billions for this. Yeah, I mean, Zaslav should not be allowed to work at all. He's demonstrated that he's not good at it, so he should not be allowed to do job. It's weird how far we've come that teaching empathy is associated with autism. That was not the case a decade ago. I think that issue is much, much more complicated than any of us want to get into. I mean, we have traveled through a phase of society where people in America were trying to say that empathy is evil, that caring about other people is somehow like not just like inconvenient, but is like evil in like a social and religious context. Like people who claim to like believe in God were like, yeah, but even though like basically every organized religion says you should be good to people, empathy is still somehow literally evil. Again, not bad, quote evil. This stuff makes me insane because like I feel like whether or not you believe in some sort of like divine punishment that should encourage people to be good, we should be good. Anyway, let me go ahead and ooh, let's go over to game screen. Yeah, there's a lot of people who should not be allowed to do their current jobs. Expanding on the previous statement. Um, Speaking of dystopian nightmare stuff, just learned about Kratom. That stuff is wild. You could just I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is that like croutons? Is that like croutons that explode like hand grenades? being good to each other was one of only 2 rules that Bill and Ted taught us to achieve world peace. That's so right, Neko. That's completely correct. And that's all we really need to know. We'll go back to the Séance of Blake Manor. This game, I don't know, man. I want to go so far as to say something like kind of sucks, but like, if we're really giving it an honest second try, which is the goal here today, what I'll say is this. I guess we'll load up the game so we don't have the especially loud menu music, because even games that like kind of balance their sound, which this isn't really one of them, but even those games tend to amp up the title screen music for reasons. So let's go to the East Corridors post 9 a.m. breakfast. Why does it feel like the game has forgotten my sensitivity set? Hey? Hello? Okay. Computer did something really weird just then. I want options. Camera sensitivity 20, I think is what I had. Why does that feel like way more sensitive than it was yesterday? I think here's what we're gonna. Okay, the controller's definitely doing some weird stuff. Somehow, like pausing on my controller is like causing the volume settings on my computer to change, and I'll thank you to understand that's not how that should work. Wow, computer really hates the controller today. It's doing some really insanely goofy stuff. Okay, we're gonna go to options. We're gonna go to camera sensitivity, and we're just gonna like toggle it a little bit in every direction. Okay, that did work. Nothing appears to be broken other than like the start button really not wanting to work correctly. Okay, so let's talk about the Séance of Blake Manor. So what is the Séance of Blake Manor? It is a mystery story of sorts set in the late 1900s. We are some guy with a dumb name I don't care about. He is really boring and uninteresting. He never sounds excited. Even when a lady was talking about like doing a human sacrifice, he seemed kind of like mildly perturbed at most. The idea is that like someone sent us a bunch of money to come to this hotel to investigate the disappearance of a woman named Evelyn Dean, and said he would pay us like even a bunch more money if we could find her and like bring her back alive, basically. I feel like it was implied that that guy is at the manor, but like we haven't talked to him. I don't know, that's a little bit confusing. But so here's the thing. This is kind of an adventure game. Like, we are in a mysterious hotel that has like mysterious goings on, and it's just absolutely chock-a-block full of human beings. There's so many people here. There are way too many people in this video game. Like there are literally something like 20 characters to like remember in this game, and like we've had meaningful interactions with like 2 1/2 of them, and I didn't misspeak. I feel like that's a roughly correct, like we talked I guess maybe 3 1/2. We talked a little bit to the manager. We talked a little bit to the weird French guy who insisted that we prove that another lady was going to do an evil thing. And we talked a little bit to that lady who was in fact going to do an evil thing. But like, so the game is a weird timer system where basically every time you do any one thing, it advances 1 minute of like quasi real time. There are a bunch of deadlines where it's like you have to do this within the next hour. But here's where things got kind of messy playing this game yesterday, which is like, I feel like this game has like the worst attributes of linear and non-linear storytelling. So like, normally non-linear storytelling excels in letting the player make different choices, have different experiences, like not feel like they're on the rails. But this game doesn't accomplish that because like it's very specific about what has to be done, and it has to be done in a limited time frame repeatedly. You have to like prove that like Evelyn like didn't just check out of the hotel normally, or you immediately lose the game. Presumably the same thing happens if you don't prove that that lady was going to try to do a human sacrifice to Evelyn before she went missing. um but like it's also not like a linear game has the benefits of like you can't really get lost, you don't typically hit fail states as frequently. um but like that isn't the case either because of the like time limit and like advancing time mechanics. So like it is definitely technically possible at any given point to just like lose the game because you like looked around too much, because you like looked at the wrong painting and then died. So like this seems like a weird design type problem to me. But like the last thing that I will say about this is that like perhaps the biggest problem that this game has is that it's not exactly like fun. And I know that's like broad, but like as we were talking about it yesterday, it's a really mechanics heavy game. There's like a lot of like fiddly stuff going on behind the scenes, and it's like you can't end this conversation if you don't ask this guy like these specific details. But like the game doesn't indicate to you what your like specific goals are most of the time, or your like your takeaway from it. So like I don't know, like you struggle to know what to be doing. There's a time limit that will lead to your imminent failure, and then like success just like it doesn't really advance the game state in a meaningful way. It's not like, great, now I can like access more of the manor. It's like, great, now I avoided a fail state. It's less about something good happening and more about avoiding bad things happening repeatedly. Lucian says the problem with clocks is you need foreknowledge to get a perfect run regardless of choices. I mean, like, I definitely think that I mean, I feel like I expressed this in a different way, but like the linear non-linear debate I think is an issue here, where like a linear game would tell you like by 10 o'clock accomplish this exact task. Like the non-linear game is sort of like, I don't know, don't die, you have an hour. I don't know what the puffballs are. People are commenting on them. We are, I guess, in the upside down. Netflix is leaking. So the last thing we did is we had lunch with the lady from Old Skies and some other dude. And can I timetable? Oh yeah, Dupre was going to go to the front courtyard, and now she has to go to the lobby because I stole her key. While she's doing that, I should probably go into her room, which was number 13, so I guess I'll do that next. Gather them up before they turn into ads. I know that's true. It's not just when you pause. I mean, pause in a soft sense of like standing in place, they sort of start to generate. I do like the stair creaking. It's pretty effective. Hi, Druid. Hi, actual D&D Druid. So this, okay, 13's in here. Let me look at this bust. It's a bust of Thomas Blake, 1758 to 1813. That was 1 minute of my human in-game life. Atrium. These rooms are not labeled. I'm sorry, closet? How do you know it's unused if we can't go into it? So that leads to room 7 to 12. Wow, the geometry of this hallway is very confusing to me. Don't stare at the bust, it's rude. I mean, listen, flirting is insanely hard. Because, like, some people are excited if you do that. But, like, how are you supposed to figure out if you're talking to the person who wants that? Can't hear anything. Doesn't sound like anyone's here. Great. Let me go into here. There's nothing I want from this chest of drawers. It's clothes. For some reason, this game wants me to, like, look at all the ladies' shoes, which makes everyone uncomfortable. Your clothes seem to be of a medium size. Like, at some point, we definitely have to learn the killer's foot size, or else we wouldn't be noting all of this. An assortment of clothing. Thank you so much, video game. Clothes equal clothes. Thank you, thank you. This looks ominous. Book on spiritualism. The information within seems targeted to the inexperienced. Pass a water glass. Let's look at these books. Some novels, a few bookmarked partway through. Man, partially reading multiple books at once seems crazy to me, but also I'm not much of a reader. This book appears to have been read many times. That's the only information about it? You're not going to tell me what type of book it is? I feel like you're crazy. Information on the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, also known as Hogda. It seems rather rudimentary reading for a fully fledged member. The book appears to have been read many times. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks. Really, really appreciate. I'm sorry, open the stool? That's not a normal verb for stool. Oh, it's a vial of poison. Why on earth does Mrs. Darcy have a bottle of thallium? I don't know, but that does seem important. Let me use that eagle vision my ancestors gave me. Done most of this room. Let's do the dresser and anything on top of it that matters, like this vanity box. Is there nothing to look at in the vanity box? That seems odd to me. I guess I'll read her notes. This is a nightmare and I can't wake up. Why is that, Zagula? Because of the shoes? Notes she's making about the event, but they seem less academic in nature and more of a work of fiction. A Protestant cross. Notes of Damask Rose? Someone else would know better. Well, who should I ask? Oh dear. Journal. Those blasted dreams of home. I don't want to go home, not after what happened. I want a new life. I want a different life, like every Hallmark heroine. Thallium used to be used as rat poison. That's a fun fact, I suppose. Oh, hang on, there's a loose page in here, in the diary. Medical search showing Mrs. Darcy was bedbound for some time in the autumn of last year with a cold. That's a really specific doctor's note for like 1897 even. Doctor listed it as medical code UO33, whatever that means. Same. Big same. Look at these letters. Rather racy letters to Mrs. Darcy's husband, but they do not seem to be written by Mrs. Darcy herself. Come again? Does that writing look familiar? Are there any similarities between these letters? Do you guys see Swiper the Fox? Why is similar?
Did someone say birthday?
Sure.
Did someone say birthday? I don't think so. I think someone said hospital code UO33, which doesn't actually sound like birthday very much. Don't even see our dear sweet Benjamin the Fox. That's funny. I did almost put Benjamin out today. But there's only so many slots on these microscopic shelves I'm currently using.
Amame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
I don't think Amame Doi sent this note, if that is the implication.
His name is Sutsugamushi.
I mean, I don't think Tsutsugamushi is probably appearing in this game either.
The new Cyclops killer.
Leonard Steak Charmer, huh?
Who chat seriously? Who do you think sent these notes? Who do you think sent racy notes to Mrs. Darcy's husband that isn't her?
That's Servine. It's gotta be.
You're right. It is Servine. I didn't want to spoil it, but it is Servine. Oh, I guess this is the E it wants. I clicked on the other E first and it got mad. So like that's kind of on them. How many of these? There aren't that many. Oh, the A, I guess. The A probably also. The handwriting matches. It seems Miss Dean is the author of these letters to Mr. Darcy. So Miss Darcy has a connection to Miss Dean, one with an inbuilt motive. Wow, that's crazy. Like, I think that's like the first like interesting thing we learned in the entire game. What would you do if you opened a door in this game and ended up in the Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse? I'd be really excited about that. Mrs. Darcy's schedule for the weekend. I've noted her movements in my timetable. It's really convenient that everyone has like a full itinerary of what they want to do for the whole weekend. And as long as I'm willing to like break into their room while they're not looking, I can just like write that down and have perfect knowledge of where they'll be at all times. I think that's everything in the room, right? Yikes. We did the interior, we did that. We did all the books around here. The fireplace is not interactable. I think like square of clothes like never matters, but like I also don't trust this game to like actually make all important things seem important. Okay, I feel good that we've done everything we need to do in this room. He says, I mean, this is generally what you do in RPGs and adventure games. Open every door and pick through everything. I agree with that fully, but do you know what the problem is, Keen? Is that there's a time limit and there's a cost to looking at everything. So, like, while I normally just want to look at everything, looking at everything can be punished. Why is this plant askew? A knocked plant. Okay. Probably not what I would call that, but okay. I don't even know what East Tower is, I'm going to be honest with you. I literally don't know what East Tower. Where do you think it goes? That's a creepy painting. Percival Blake, the 4th Marquess of Dune. Is Marquess of Dune anyone's favorite Dune book? I'm not much of a Dune head, to be honest. Ooh, what's up with this arch? Is this where they store the cask of Amontillado or whatever? Another pattern like in the dream? This one looks like the pattern where the door to room 15 should... Hold on. This one looks like the pattern where the door to room 15 should be. I'm going to read that one more time. This one looks like the pattern where the door to room 15 should be. I understand what all of those words mean individually, but when you put them in that order, they don't seem to make sense to me. This one looks like the pattern where the door to room 15 should be. Pattern feels like it's the wrong word for that sentence. Like, maybe this is literally simply where the door to room 15 should be, and there's a pattern here. Did you by any chance search for room 15 and see this pattern where the door should be? No, I definitely didn't do that. Maybe the game thinks I did that, but I did not do that. Said, Kohei's planned his schedule hour by hour for the next 3 years. He showed me the spreadsheet. Well, did you make note of that in your copybook, Neko? Because if so, you now have perfect information about where Kohei is at all times. And can use that to, like, I don't know, look at his shoes or something. It does make some sense, but it's clearly written as if you've already seen or know about the pattern. Well, okay, but that's sort of the problem, right? If I had that experience, then this would make sense. But I didn't. Like, I saw some weird patterns in a dream, and I didn't forget the pain I felt in that dream, trust me. But, like, nothing in that dream was about room 15. So, like, this doesn't make any sense. Can I make the... So, hold on. I have... That's not the one of the several menus I have that's relevant. Dream. Where do the sigils show up? Ah. It almost looks like I could use the Wiesig here, but it's not quite right, is it? Just 3 triangles. No, it's not quite right. I would need another dot at the very bottom. I'm never gonna remember that's here. Scroy. I don't think there's enough points for Scroy, is there? Because I need like a full downward facing Triforce. I don't think that works, does it? I'm just gonna try use and see what the game thinks happens when I do that. It seems like it just wants me to trace it to learn the sigil, which is not what I would have expected, but I guess is fine. Probably want to start at the top point, maybe? No, maybe not. Maybe I want to start where there's lots of points of intersection. One of these bottom corners. Sure. I don't know if there's like a punishment for doing this wrong. That's not what I wanted. I want this. I like this. 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 There's a door hidden behind this wall. I mean, I guess strictly speaking, the game hasn't explained how sigils work, but that isn't how I thought sigils worked. I thought by like seeing them, I would like maybe gain some vague context as to like where they might be used. But now apparently I can just sort of look at a sigil and do magic, which like feels like it goes against the spirit of the game quite a bit. But I guess I can just do that now because I'm awesome. Am I dreaming? Enter triple question marks? Oh sick, I have Ace Hill. I think that was in the game. It was very loud. The air is rotted here. This is an unholy place. I mean, there's like a dead guy over there. Should probably look at the dead guy, huh? These look like bones. The skull appears to be Huma. What's over there? It's Scroy. I know that one. We were just talking about it. Is that good? Is it good to Scroy? Was that a... No, it couldn't have been. My eyes are deceiving me. A hallucination caused by gas. I think we've all been there. Right, gentlemen? Or mold in the air, perhaps. But then how can I explain these flames? I'm really not excited about the notion of, like, research subjects in this game. I suppose we're basically doing Scraw, huh? Yeah, why not? Let's use... No, hang on. Let's save in the bad room and then use floor markings. I think it
Trixie
doesn't
the
matter.
giraffe neck girl from Scranton.
I think it doesn't matter where I start, right? Because there's just, like, enough redundancy.
Dick Peacock.
Are we figuring out what we're gonna summon?
Giraffe.
What is... Womp? What in God's name was... What in God's name was that? I don't think it was Mila Jovovich, but I do think it was Wampa. Do I, like, care about anything else that's in this room? I mean, it's a bunch of manacles in a bucket. What's in the bucket? It looks clean. Okay, clean bucket. Nice. It would rule if we summon a giraffe. That'd be pretty good. That hole wasn't there before. Okay, everyone make note of this in your copybook. Scroy apparently demolishes a small section of wall. That's what that sigil does. I didn't put this in my day planner. Okay, it's another of these. This is the other one, like, inverted, isn't it? Wasn't the square up top on the other one? Another sigil back here. Somebody must have sealed off the passage to this area sometime after Percival walled it up. Did I, like, sequence break? I feel like he keeps implying, like, information I don't have. Let's use it, pal. Use it or lose it. I don't know why I'm, like, extremely zoomed out for this.
I don't need a map to get to Bonetown.
Oh, no, I guess this is the same shape, because the diamond was at the top before, right? Don't need a map to get to Bonetown, but do you need a map to sigil draw room 15 opposite? No? I didn't think so. Sure, go in that one too. This space is even worse than the first one. I mean, it's smaller. Another skeleton in pieces. Is this what she wanted me to find? Oh, that time I just picked them up for some reason. And I have evidence of walled up lovers, which is confusing because I have no reason to connect those two as romantically entangled. I suppose you could call that place Bonetown. I'm sorry, we're calling this the Sun Room? Is there a worse name for, like, a dungeon that was, like, magically sealed under a staircase with no windows than the Sun Room?
I don't need a map to get to Bonetown.
They were partners. They may have been partners, but let me tell you this, they were not roommates.
I don't need a map to get to Bonetown.
Oh, I see. It's like Iceland and Greenland. So we're going to find, like, a solarium that we're going to call the dungeon. Is that right? Should I, like, put these bones with the other bones? With, like, the rest of the fire? Yeah, okay. And then they kiss. Partners, implication ambiguous. No, I think, you know, like, partners. Like, they like, went on one date or something. Oh, the ghosts... Look, the ghosts are hugging. Valentine's Day is coming up. This information is entirely irrelevant to me. Percival damned them to an eternity of torment. And for what? He knew their screams would go unheard. I pray they find the peace they deserve. May God have mercy on their souls. How long were they trapped here? How long can a soul linger and why? I wonder. Iman. Best not to dwell on it. Okay. I got an achievement for that. True love never ends. Great. Awesome. D- uh, what? Why did I do it? Why could I do any of that? Why did I do any of that? Like, I just, like, nothing prompted that. I don't know why I have the magic power to, like, remove specific doors and walls. Like, I don't understand, like, what, and like, he implied, like, he suggested that he knew, like, the backstory of those ghosts, that, like, a specific person had sealed them for some reason, and then he mentioned, like, Iman, which, what is that, like, a demon? Like, I don't understand, like, any of that. Like, I genuinely have, like, no idea what I just did. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. The game kind of thinks I do. Oh, and that's gone now. The hole in the wall is just gone now. I don't know, man. Listen, there's no shot I'm going back to replay from day one. Okay, so we're just writing over that. Now you have 5 actions until you need to do something or fail. Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't have
Not
a
sure
goal.
what blowing on that will achieve.
That's a great point. I do not know what blowing on that would achieve, or did achieve. Hotel policy is not to mention the ghost couple as to protect their privacy. But then why did they hug after I put the bones together? Oh, obviously I'm the fool. This door to the basement is locked and for staff only. The magical torture dungeon is open to the guests. I have simultaneously never felt more accomplished or more confused while playing this game. Like, really absolutely flummoxed. Just feeling such the buffoon. So, yeah, I have no current goal. It's possible that the idea is I should go to the front desk and surreptitiously give the key to room 13 back to the lady from Old Skies. What's the thing I want? I want timetable. Yeah, I would have to do that before... Wait. Yeah. No, I could do that for the next half hour, right? We can eat breakfast until we can't. We ate breakfast at the end of last stream. Can you eat second breakfast? Are we hobbits? Why did this lady plan to just go to a garden multiple times in this day with no other plan? Also, apparently there's a finite number of reminders I can put at a single time, which is whatever. Dude, I don't get this game, like, at all. So yeah, I guess arguably we could go eat a second breakfast, maybe, I don't know. It is actually kind of insane. So, Zacula, what is more frustrating to you? The fact that breakfast is served starting at 9 a.m. or the fact that it, like, ends at 10 a.m.? That there's exactly 1 hour of breakfast? But, like, I can go... I don't know. I think I'm gonna go try to give the key back to Mrs. Darcy. Can do that from here? 1 hour might be more heinous. It's pretty bad, right? Where am I? Listen, okay, listen. I think that the scope of this game is, like, not correct. The stable's open at 10 a.m. Okay, why not? Oh, I made it back to breakfast.
Sorry, sir. Would you mind waiting until we had the place cleared before returning?
We can't have a second breakfast. Staff only. Pretty sure I can't go in there. Alright, let's go to the lobby if I can figure out how to do that. Try and give that lady back her key. And then, I guess, become a horse girl? Part of that hour is them cleaning the dining room. This is insane. You're completely correct. I think... truly the real horror of this game is the hotel management. Wouldn't you say, Zacula? Who can I analyze here? Oh, I couldn't analyze Miss Darcy before. Let me look at those lips. Be super weird about it. Disdain. She does not seem impressed with something. The event, the attendees, or me, perhaps? Large brooch. An intricate brooch, perhaps representing something, and less dainty than one would expect such a lady to wear. I love how everyone has their own sigil, as if they're like Mega Man Battle Network Navi. Like, every individual person is like repping some like occult organization for some reason. Tan line. Evidence of a ring worn for a long time and since removed. Oh. So she found that Evelyn Dean was writing romantic letters to her husband, and then a divorce happened. That, like, is fair, but I don't think is necessarily the extrapolation from the available information.
Mr. Ward, you've come back to me.
Discuss evidence. It's really funny that I can ask her about her disdain, especially because I'm not certain that it's not with me. I could absolutely ask her about the letters that imply her husband's infidelity, which is like a super like break into a room, look at her stuff, and then immediately interrogate her about it. Or like ask her about her vial of poison. Can I show her the key? I guess I can't, huh? That's interesting. Is this like a Sierra game? Can you just like lose at this? Like the whole game? Let's ask her... I'm definitely asking her about her disdain. You seem unimpressed with something, Mrs. Darcy. Do I? I suppose you want to know if it's with you. Well, you can rest easy. Since coming here, I've had a great many things on my mind, and none of them are to do with a man I just met. Is it weird to anyone else how some lines are voiced and some aren't? I mean, I've definitely seen games that do that, but I will say that, like, there seems like there's something weird about the way that decision is made. Like, there are certain games, you know, like, we played certain, like, visual novel games where, like, cutscenes are voiced, and then you might get, like, the first sentence of some of the other dialogue voiced if it's, like, particularly pertinent or something like that. And, like, it generally sort of, like, summarizes the entire flow of conversation. This doesn't. It's weird. Psycho says, I do think that we should, to some extent, bring back the Sierra thing of having fail states you won't even realize you're in for like another hour of gameplay, just because I think that's very funny. I mean, generally, I'm against that. But, like, I think that anything is really on limits for a game as long as it communicates to the player how things work appropriately. it doesn't necessarily have to tell you, like, all the machinations going on behind the scenes to make the game work. But, like, I feel like a game should tell you if it's a fail states game. Like, that should be pretty clear at least. Like, the old Sierra style of just, like, you didn't pick up a pocket watch on the third screen, and then you can't, like, get an item you need from a pawn shop, like, 12 hours into the game, is no good. Alright, so I think the natural thing is, now that I've determined she doesn't hate me, I'm going to ask about the wedding ring she doesn't have on. So, you're single. Have you recently removed a ring, Mrs. Darcy? I may or may not have. In either case, it's none of your concern. I'm just going to ask about the brooch and neatly round out my stupid hour. It's an interesting brooch you have there. Yes, well, it's actually very important. I'd tell you, but it's a secret. One of those hush-hush secret society things, you see. I mean, if that's true, I don't think you're supposed to, like, say that to me. You are too close to the next hour to do this. That's curious. Why does it highlight as, like, an available option, then? It feels like that interface should just look different, doesn't it? Alright, so what happens when I leave the conversation?
Good day, Mrs. Darcy.
Good day, Mr. Ward.
This area is off limits for guests.
Could have just taken a step back instead of, like, wheeling 180 degrees and being crazy. I mean, I just saved. I'll ask her something funny. Chat, what funny thing do you want me to ask about that I, like, found in her room? The letters, the poison, the mistress. Ring the bell while he's here. Yeah, I should probably do that too. Skeletons. Wait, do I have one that's, like, literally skeletons, or are you just saying that because we found the skeletons? We literally can't ask anyone about the skeletons. Isn't that, like, even more insane? Let's ask about the letters. Do you have reason to believe that your husband was writing to someone he shouldn't have been before his death? What an insane thing. Like, somehow that makes even less sense than being like, so I have reason to believe that, just like, casually talk, we're like hanging out, just spitballing here. Do you have any, like, written evidence of infidelity on the part of your husband? Like, oh, do I? My Cecil was quite the wordsmith. It was what had me fall for him in the first place. Now, if only he had the decency to save those love letters for me. That's her takeaway from that? Okay. Now I'm for sure asking about the poison. You know, Cusco's poison, the poison chosen specifically to kill Cusco. And your story says, anyone ever been poisoned? Of course, I've used them all. Arsenic, cyanide, strychnine, but my real favorite is thallium. It's tasteless and odorless, you see, so it's very believable that a victim could ingest it without knowing. And it's a relatively new substance. The reader can believe it when a doctor misdiagnoses it as severe gastroenteritis. Okay. I feel like that's all the TV there is. I don't think I care about anything else. I mean, I could ask her about... I suppose I could ask her about Hogda. Oh, you know what? Let me ask her about Miss Dean's room. I doubt I'll get an answer, but, like, I do kind of need to know where that is. I think that is technically the thing I'm supposed to be doing right now. Do you happen to recall which room Miss Dean was staying in? Near me, I know that. I overheard her and Miss Quinn arguing the other night. Not sure the actual room. Don't recall seeing her coming or going from any room in particular. It's more information than I expected to get. Like it says, I really do enjoy when a game gets you riled up to the point where you start peeking the mic at the ends of your sentences. Listen here.
Good day.
May I be of service, Mr. Ward?
Why did I black out for a second there?
I need...
I'm literally just messing with you. I think... Isn't there a... oh yeah, eavesdrop.
Yes, madam.
I seem to have misplaced my room key.
I see. Let us see what we can do about that for you. Now, where has that spare key gotten to?
I'm pretty sure that my inventory does not meaningfully allow me to... God, the map of this hotel is just a nightmare. Oh, I guess we should... Well, hang on. Table. So who's at the stables? D. Hunter. Monkey D. Hunter. And I could go to the front courtyard and talk to Dupre. That probably is a good idea, right? And then I can go to the stables? You considered asking anyone about a map to get to Bonetown? Why would we need that? It's as good a use of time as anything else in this game. It's very this out. Whatever this weather is, it's extremely this. Yeah, it seemed like the only place to be in the front courtyard. That sort of tracks. Hey, buddy. Does the schedule show what time lunch and dinner are? You know, I'm not sure. I'll check that for you. It's very void outside today, for sure. Fine clothes and jewelry. He's well dressed, and it's evident he can afford some luxury. Oh, tattoo? Curious tattoo. A finely crafted tattoo in a design I don't recognize.
Hello again,
Hello,
my
sir.
friend.
Let's ask about his personal stuff, and then Miss Dean's room, and then maybe horses. That's an unusual tattoo. That's an unusual tattoo. If I might ask about it? That's not how I would ask that question as a human being, as someone who identifies as a human being. Just another day in Europe. Europe is so weird. Wish it was real. Chat never change. Is that a sigil tattoo? You know, that is actually a really good question, Mystery. But if it was, I'd probably have immediately cast a spell at him by just looking at it. Oh, this? It's Maman Brigitte's Vive. Her mark. Oh, my mistake. I thought when you had answered my question, you were going to tell me anything at all even remotely useful about identifying that. Instead of just, like, jamming a bunch of syllables together and just putting a period at the end of it. Consider it a devotional symbol. I'm an Ungan of hers, a priest as such. Understandable, have a nice day. She's our Loa of life and death. I suppose your analogy to a Loa would be saint. Wait, does that mean this guy is like a voodoo practitioner? Isn't that what Loas are from? She is born of your pagan goddess Brigid. Her believers took her with them when they fled to America. Yeah, that sounds very voodoo-y. Guess the journey changed her for want of a better way to explain it. I mean, it's not a particularly good way to explain it, but okay. Like this, you can't just say nonsense words and pass it off as depth in your world, and yet so many people try. Oh yeah, that continues to seem very voodoo-y. Okay. You're very dapper. You know, Mr. Dupre, I can't help but admire your clothing. It's quite fine. Okay. Scale of 1 to 10. How much does it bother everyone else when the dialogue is just cut off like this? I know it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. I understand that it doesn't matter. But, like, It's stupid, right? It shouldn't do that. Like, it just shouldn't do that. Haha, why thank you. I run a funeral house back home. It's not a glamorous work, but it's more than worthwhile, and I'm lucky enough to do quite well for myself these days. Is it a bug? I don't know. I don't know. Let me... Oh, hang on. Okay, so Brigid... Wait, when he said this before, am I crazy? When this was in the text before, didn't it say Brigid? Which is remarkable to me only because that is a name that is also associated with the magic card that I like. So, like, I clocked it in particular. Did it just say Brid and I had a stroke? I feel like it said Brigid, which I think is also Celtic, because it's a magic card from a Celtic-themed set. You are correct. Okay, so what up with that, I guess, is my follow-up question. Let's ask about the goddess of the unknown name. I guess she was changed by transit or whatever. Do you know of the goddess Brid? I do. A friend of mine was a priestess of hers. Brid was not one of the sovereignty goddesses, but in some ways she should have been. That's not a good explanation. When the Catholic Church came here, she alone was deemed too powerful to be swept under the rug, and so they canonized her. Like, I don't think I want to talk to this guy anymore. He's just, like, casually... He acts as though I am, like, firmly acquainted with the weird esoterica that he's based his entire identity on. Saint Brigid of Kildare. Okay, now the game is truly messing with me. Saint Brigid of Kildare, she became. A lot of the same domains. Husbandry, midwifery, healing. You may have noticed her crosses hung along the walls of the manor. My own Loa, Mama Brigitte, is said to be part of the old goddess that fled the church and was changed in that journey. It's interesting, isn't it? No, you're just giving me a headache. 3 versions of the one goddess, all distinct yet so similar. All back together under this roof, so to speak. I really do hate that man. Let's ask him about Miss Dean's room. Miss Darcy mentioned overhearing a fight between Miss Dean and Miss Quinn outside her room 13. Okay, that's not helpful. That's the same information I had. Let's ask him about strange dreams. If you remember, if I can get even 3 people to confirm that they have weird dreams, then it will prove that I'm not alone in having weird dreams. I've been having the strangest dreams of late. Have you now? I'll confess to some strange patterns, yes. I don't like talking to this man. Every time I say a simple thing to him, he says something insane back to me. Mine started with the classic Celtic iconography around the hotel. Standing stones, spirals, all that. It was all in the manor walls at first. But the more often I dream it, the more I'm seeing the same elements, but in my funeral parlor at home. That sounds unnerving. At first I found it quite comforting. The views of home are crystal clear and helped with my homesickness. But once I realized I couldn't reach home, then yes, unnerving. Could only ever find my way to the seance, or what I took to represent that at least. It's given some apprehension about attending, I cannot lie. I've already been here the longest, at least from the guests. Any longer, and I fear this place will get its claws in me for good. What does that mean? Another person has experienced the same dream as Miss Dean and I. Can I find 2 more? Ladies, do I have at least 2 numbers right? That's for you Price is Right enjoyers. Yes, we all know the correct pronunciation is seance. I'm gonna ask this guy about his mom, Bridget. Take it you're close with Mom Bridget, huh? Deeply, Mr. Ward. When grief is a constant companion, she is there to remind me that both the living and the dead need healers. I am devoted to her and her teachings. Alright, I think I'm done with this guy.
Not at all, Mr. Ward. But I won't keep you.
I just realized something that's like really concerning, and Zach is gonna really love this. So the manager of the hotel is looking for the spare key to room 13. based on the timetable and my understanding of the way that this video game works, that means that he will do that for the rest of this hour. That means that he will have spent, like, 2 hours finding a key for this lady. Well, I guess more like 1.5 hours. But, like, all of 10 a.m. and the leftover time from 9 a.m. between breakfast when we stole her key and when we, like, went to visit her. So we've basically, like, visited all of the people that we know where they are right now. Maybe we go back to the atrium, see if there's anyone to talk to, and then go to the stables and see if we can meet, like, D. Hunter or whatever that guy's name is. How many rooms is the property? Genuinely unknown. Like, I have no... Like, the map updates when I've, like, seen stuff. Ooh, let me analyze this lady. I'm telling you, man, this time system is what's messing up his hotel. Elaborate on that, Sarah. Do you mean that Zacula's hotel needs a time system? Zaka says, also, I really like how it doesn't matter whether or not I pay attention to what's happening in the video game because it makes just as much sense either way. That is a feature of the game. Another brooch with a unique symbol of someone's weird occult order. Hand-me-down Irish keepsake. An old brooch in Irish style. The image on it is an old oak tree. Okay. Oh, hang on. Foreign fashion mixed with local. I gotta be honest, there's no shot that I'm gonna recognize that in like a stylized, drawn form. Probably wouldn't even identify that from something photorealistic. Either in an attempt to blend in or out of practicality, she is wearing local fashion along with what I assume are her usual clothes.
Hey!
Hi, you almost sound
Don't
friendly.
sneak up on people like that.
Just kidding, she hates me.
If you were the porter with my telegram, sure. But no, just some guy getting too close.
Okay, now listen. I know that some of you ladies in chat might call me out for this, but like, legitimately sometimes this is what it feels like. Like, even trying to be someone who might have romantic interest in a woman is just like existing in this space, and it's like, how dare you? I really don't think I'm usually doing something that weird. I'm not a normal guy, but like if I'm doing something weird, it's usually just sort of like, I noticed that you have Winnie the Pooh earrings. That's cool. And then sometimes I feel like the type of reaction I get when I say that is like, get lost.
Who are you anyway?
We're in a public space in a hotel we're both like staying to be in, man.
Sorry to alarm you, miss. I'm Declan Ward. I'm a late arrival.
Oh, the guy Quinn called out this morning. That must have felt good, yes?
No, you're right, Nako. That is on me for not bringing a woman her telegram. I should know better. I rescind my previous point. I should just be doing more with telegrams. To be fair, men here are even more scary if they have magic and stuff. Yeah, but like the rules of the magic are like deeply confusing. But I guess the real concern in this particular world is that like if a guy like me happens to like look at a thing that's magical, he like instantaneously and unknowingly casts a spell.
I am Inês Barbosa. This place is boring and cold, but the boat over from Brazil was worse, so I won't complain.
Given the way she greeted me, I don't think I should ask about her fashion or her brooch, but I might do it anyway. Hey, we don't know each other and you already dislike me. Have you been having any strange dreams lately? Just the one dream since coming here, which is odd enough itself, yes? I walked the halls of this place. Well, not these halls. They look similar, but longer and taller. I try to find a way out. A way home, I think, even though I myself will not return to Brazil. There are doors blocking the corridor itself. I had to move something like light to unlock them, I think? I don't understand that part. Eventually, I'm in the seance and can go no further. You mean something like that? Something like vaguely along those lines? A second person experiencing not just the odd dreams, but specific variations on the same dream. One more would confirm my theory. Hey, how about that brooch? Oh, good. All the text fits neatly on the screen. Your brooch, it looks to carry a story. It was my father's, or maybe my mother's. He didn't bring much with him when he left Ireland, and even less on him the day he died, defending my mother. My mother took this and ran. She passed it on to me so I would have something of his. Then isn't it his? Whatever. What about Miss Dean's room? She was... No, wait, I can't remember. Funny, I went there to get something back, but now I can't recall where it is. Thanks. I don't think I gotta ask her about her clothes, though.
I have to be off.
Oh, if you see that lazy porter, tell him I want my telegram.
So the porter was by the dining hall. Probably not there now, though, huh? Oh, hang on. Can I go to the toilet? A suitably clean washroom. Unforgivable. This game should certainly allow me to use the restroom and not wash my hands. All good video games let you do that. Which is pretty much just like Heavy Rain and The Sims, if we're being honest with ourselves. We all know those are the only two games that are any good. Oh, there's a bar over here. Did anyone else hear that? Are those like actual weeping angels or something? Oh, can we check the schedule for lunch and dinner? We could sure try. I love how they like mapped specific like menus to each of the like direction buttons, and there's no shot I'll ever remember any of them ever, 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 ever. So one character is going to the dining room at 1 p.m. That suggests that lunch might be at 1, but that is not conclusive. And then I see a character going to the dining room at 7. So that's a possibility. Can also use the bathroom and not wash your hands in Indigo Prophecy. No, that is true. Zacula is correct. That is true. I'm glad that you know that. In Indigo Prophecy, you're doing it like 3 feet from a corpse. Wait, can you actually use the restroom before interacting with the corpse? I know you cannot wash your hands. That's like actually kind of important. But it's been a while since I've played. Can you actually like use the bathroom before trying to address the body at all? Private. I want to go to private. From my memory of the outside, I suspect this leads to the Blake private residence. That sounds cool. I want to go to there. Atrium. Dining room is this. Okay, stables are this way. Right. Starting to understand how this stuff all connects. To the stables. Pretty sure your first action in the game can be urinating. Very good. Good video game confirmed. The weather is still this, in case anyone was concerned. There's some ongoing discussion in chat about how instead of telegrams, you should just gift swords to women as a man, and like that sounds right. Okay, listen. I know that time is a resource that is finite. I'm gonna pay 1 to pet the horse.
There you are, love. Good girl.
Got an achievement for that. Let me analyze this guy. What? Hey, guys. How come my mind palace has, like, a hook or something, like floating behind this guy? That seem weird to anyone else? Just me? Okay. Outdoor working clothes, sturdy working clothes, and well worn in. He must spend a lot of time outside. Scent of oats and sugar. I suspect he's got treats for the horses in his pocket. Let's kill him and take his horse treats. Silk scarf. His fine blue scarf seems at odds with the rest of his attire. So we have no confirmation on whether or not lunch and dinner are served in this hotel, and considering that it seems to be in the middle of nowhere, which is its own can of worms, but no restaurants around here, it's just unacceptable to only serve breakfast. Okay, no, so we have seen people going to the dining hall on their schedules at 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. So it's possible that those are lunch and dinner times. They're not extremely typical lunch and dinner times, particularly lunch. But other than that, I would agree wholeheartedly. Let's talk to this guy.
Well, a new guest. You made your way here without my help, then?
If you were supposed to give my help, I don't think you should just be standing out here by yourself.
I did. You be the stable master, I take it.
Aye, groundsman too. I trust your trip was a pleasant one.
No, 3 p.m. lunch. I think it was 3 p.m. Am I wrong? I think it was 3 p.m. was lunch.
I've had worse. The roads out here are more robust than back east. Pleased to meet you. What should I call you?
Ah, no, a conversationalist. I wasn't expecting that. If I'm spoken to as late as about that damn seance.
He's saying that word wrong.
Hunter, sir. Dara Hunter. I'm pleased to meet you too, though I didn't get your name.
I hope that this doesn't change his timesheet where he was listed as D Hunter.
It's Declan Ward. You're against the seance, then?
No, not really. I just worry about her getting hurt. Them, you, the guests, I mean. Anyway, Mr. Ward, what can I do for you?
Give me a horse and a sword. And a sword horse, which I guess is a unicorn. Do you know where Miss Dean's room is? I did some repair work on the chimney after she arrived. It was... Oh, I don't recall, sorry. Dude, she's definitely platform 9 3/4. That's the second person who, like, says that they should know where it is and then can't recall. Note to the manager complaining about Mrs. Joyce's prying conduct. I don't think I'm messing with that. I want to ask about his scarf. A gift from a young friend I'd not seen in years. Everyone here to see the dead, but it brought the living back to me. You smell like horse treats. I noticed there's a sugary smell about. Do you happen to have sugar cubes in your pockets? You got sugar cubes in your pocket? Are you happy to see me? I do, and oats as well. For the horses, obviously. Us staff do get better fare than that, huh? The horses trust me well enough, but it never hurts to have something to treat them with, especially when they're unsure of new people. Treat your horse!
Huh. I'll be off.
Right, yeah.
I don't think that guy has any information I want, but look at this weird thing. There's like a... Nope. I guess we're considering that all part of the same item. Look at door. I can do observations of door? Piece of torn newspaper. Used to stop fresh paint getting on the floor. Now, when you say the floor, you mean the earth, right? Like the dirt, the ground? It's dated Tuesday the 26th, the night Evelyn Dean went missing. New coat of paint on the door that the others lack. This hinge is new. Well, it was new until I, like, cursored over it and then it ceased to exist. This latch is ill-fitted, as if trying and failing to match a previous placement. Which is interesting because this is also the thing that, like, glitched out and existed in my mind palace. New character door, suspected of crimes. So true. The door was replaced recently. I wonder why. You know what? I have a really solid guess, I think. I'm pretty sure that someone had etched a magical rune onto this door, and a guest looked at it funny, and then it dissolved. I guess I can ask him about that, huh? Anything else around here I care about? Water trough, stall? Probably, like, carriage is worth looking at. Somewhat less impressive when seen in this environment. Oh, sick. There's, like, a bunch of crap in here. Hang on. Record kept by the stable master on the horse's health. Oh, here's the old door. I think it's interactable, but only at a weird angle. Old door's badly damaged. Ooh. Screwdriver might be useful for gaining access to certain areas in the hotel should it come to that. Guys, we're playing an adventure game. We have an inventory. Looks like a message from the supplier. They're expecting a delivery on Sunday at 9 a.m. Another person has noted it should take them a few hours to move it all into the basement. I bet I can use that time frame to do something. I blame the door. He killed the old door. You think new door killed old door? It's possible. A safe, presumably used to store valuables for guests when they go on horse rides around the grounds. It's possible the stable master also stores personal items here. What's the code for this? Well, it looks like it's just like a regular dial, and there's like, no, okay. Okay, chat. Pick 3 numbers, and before you try and pick the funny numbers, this only goes up to like 39. Nope. Not a 3-digit number. Oh, I think I accidentally inserted a number. Reset. 696. I mean, sure. Gonna take a long way to get there. That wasn't it. I can't check the hay bales for a needle.
Mr. Ward, how are you?
Let me ask about that door. Did you fix one of the doors recently? Oh, aye, Lottie got spooked and kicked the latch clean out the door itself. She was in quite the mood. They all were, really. There's no spare at all either, so I had to get one and fix it in place. It's too cold to leave them out in the pasture. When was this? Did something cause her to get spooked? It was Tuesday, just gone by. Can't think of what set them off. Wonderful creatures, horses, but not always clever. They're frightened of just about anything. I don't think I want to ask him about any of these things.
Huh. I'll be off.
Right, yeah.
Can we kiss this guy? No. Regrettably, chat did not pick acclaimed dating simulator game 5 Hearts Under One Roof. So that's not what we're doing here. Now, it says this basket is interactable, but it's not. Oh, they're all collectively they're supplies? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably not a good use of my one-time unit to try and open this clearly locked door. Don't remind you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Zagula. I mean, if you're gonna ask if we're doing dating game sim things, that's the way it is. "369" from Salt Shaker, I think is the name of that song. That's a very good pull. I appreciate that, Sarah. I'm really not going to be bothered with that safe, even for the meme numbers. It's extremely tedious to do that in a remotely timely fashion. Do I have anything to do right now? Can we use a timey on that save? Boy, that'd be nice, huh? Okay, hold on. I want to take a closer look at these sigils. Sigil that reveals doors hidden behind illusionary walls. Okay, but like it itself just exists on whatever. Sigil that dissolved whatever it has been linked to. What? A sigil that unlocks doors that have been magically sealed. I like that the thing that breaks a magical spell is literally just a triangle. It's like the easiest shape to draw. Oh, I see. Dweesig is the wake-up sigil. Right, I had a reason to go into there. Not this. Timetable. Ah, good. Still D-Hunter. Courtyard, lobby, basement. Guess I'm just, like, monkeying around. I guess I should see if I can, like, ask more random people about their nightmares. I don't think the lady that I accused of crimes is going to talk to me about that, though. I might need to find, like, a different person. And the druid, I did ask about that, I believe, and he said no. Right? Pretty sure.
And you're back.
Yes, I did ask him about dreams, and it wasn't helpful.
I should go.
Only do something if you want.
Shut up. Shut it up, you. Okay. Scanning one if they've heard of Bofa. What about Updog? I hate these like closet doors that you go up to them and he's like, it's implied that like there's stuff in here, but I'm not gonna show it to you. Miss Quinn's bedroom. Can I like knock and see if she's there? Sounds like there's someone on the other side. Can I like politely interact and ask her if she knows where that room I'm looking for is? Although, if Darcy was saying that she thought that Dean's room was nearby because she heard her arguing with Miss Quinn, then she may just have been at Miss Quinn's door, right? Like, that might not be anything. I don't know what I should be doing during this half hour. I guess maybe just like filling out the map. See if there's a raccoon in the laundry room. Always worth checking, I suppose. Do they have laundry rooms in hotels in this era? Or were you just expected to like go down to a creek and solve it yourself? Globe of the known world. I wonder if they'll discover anything new. I can only imagine how thrilling it was when the Americas were discovered. What do you think that black mark on the wall is? It's not interactable. Atrium this way. Oh, since I can't, like, knock or, like, talk to people. Rooms 7 and 8 get their own, like, thing? Unoccupied room. Can I merely enter such a place? It's not locked. They must leave unused rooms open. Little of interest in here. Nothing catches my eye. These don't even have time costs associated with them. Look at the chimney. Wait a minute. He said he did work on Miss Dean's chimney. Does that mean this could be it, maybe? Some burnt scraps of paper remain. Enough that I can make out the message. Meet me in room 7 after your bar shift and steal us some wine. Pile of old ashes. Cobweb. This place hasn't been dusted for a while. Ooh, there's like a key down there. How do I... Wait, there is a crouch. There's a crouch button, guys. I remembered the crouch button existed. How can I... There's clearly an item there. Why am I not able to... There's also, like... Too bad you don't have arms. So true. Man, it'd be great if I had arms, huh? What's going on here? Nope. Sheets are messy and the bed is hastily made. I suspect the housekeeper did not do... Oh, look under. There's a special command that is stupid. Looks like it's been a while since this bed was moved. That's not the takeaway I have from that. The floorboards is coming up, but it is still secure. What's this? A key? What have we here? What have we here? Master key for all bedrooms in the northeast corridor for use by the staff. Are you kidding me? Why is this here? That's crazy. That's an insane thing for me to just find. I'm not sure this was Miss Dean's room. You don't say, huh? Accurate, we don't clean under beds. I mean, based? Okay, so wait a minute. What constitutes the North Corridor, incidentally? I don't care about this. The atrium's this way. Spooky angel stat. Oh, look, it's a rabbit. Little rabbit guy. Not a real rabbit. That'd be cruel. There's a notes bedroom. Nope. Wrong type of menu. Alright, I forgot I had the screwdriver. Northeast corridor key. I mean... Northeast corridor. Oh, it's like a bunch of stuff off the atrium, huh? Am I interpreting that right? Or Blake family residence. So that's okay. I kind of vaguely understand that. Oh, but is it upper floor or lower floor? The inventory system is not great, if I can level with you. The northeast corridor. It doesn't specify upper or lower. I don't know if that means anything. So I found it. Okay. So, okay. If I understand the legend of the map, which I guess there's literally a legend, unlockable door. Okay, so the gold doors I can open. So, where's the green door? Unlocked. Okay. So I guess the relevant thing is on the ground floor. Anything adjacent to the northeast corridor I can open with the key. Listen. Sounds like there's someone here. I bet I can auto lose the game if I just like unlock the door to the priest's room. Do I know where this is? Where is this? The gardens, you say. To shreds, you say. Northern basement. This chair is askew. Attention. The bathhouse is closed for the winter month. What time of year is it? October. It's not technically a winter month. Science says it's closed for the winter months. Yes, and it's autumn. What's your point? I'll never remember how to navigate the map at all ever. You can't make me do it. Oh, the library. I should go to the library. Because I think I can research in the library. Oh, okay. Certain topics can be researched in the library to uncover further information. Key research topics will always be found on the research desk. The bookshelves can be used to gain supplementary information. Topics can be learned from other characters' evidence and other research topics. Dude, that sounds awful. I'm guessing you're the research desk? There's books detailing historical land ownership in this region. Schedule. Looks to be Miss Quinn's schedule. I've made note of her movements in my timetable. Map of Ireland and Connaught, region the hotel sits in. Some sections are carefully marked out. One of them clearly looks like a dick. Research desk. This will be useful for looking up things for research purposes. Okay, nothing in the desk. Can research like people? I feel like medical codes is more interesting. Is there anything I want to look up? Yes, Mrs. Darcy's medical code, 1-time unit. It says this code is used to indicate spontaneous abortion or miscarriage in common parlance. Okay, maybe lead with that. Maybe that. Again, why the hourglass? I mean, I can't imagine wanting to burn time so badly that I'd want to, like, skip intervals of hours the way this game works. It seems the condition being listed as a bad cold is a euphemism. Thanks, I hate it a lot. Oh boy. What a bad cold, gang. I suppose I should do... Hold on. I can hypothesize about Olivia Darcy, everyone. Hold on, I have to remember how all the game mechanics work because none of them work in a way that makes sense to my brain. Okay, this is the right screen, but I have to leave here. And then leave here. Nope, that's not it. Isn't there a way I'm supposed to be able to, like, get to a list of, like, all the people that exist? No, it's under culprit because that's where all the people... It's not a good menu or inventory system. Okay, hold on. We're just filling in all that stuff. Okay, hold on. Like it says 11:02 and the next shift isn't here. I'm gonna crash out. Go bananas. Throw a fit. These are all reasonable courses of action, I think. Okay. Let's think about Miss Darcy. Olivia Darcy's goal is to blank blank as blank for the blank that occurred while she blank. Okay, hold on. Murder Miss Dean as revenge for the affair that occurred while she miscarried. Probably. I mean, technically, we know had a cold is a euphemism, so it technically means the same thing, arguably.
Mrs. Darcy wants to murder Miss Dean. I should find and confront her about this.
Is that really what you think we should do? You think that's the best thing to do? Is we like poked around in her stuff and we're like, hey, I think you wanted to kill this lady who went missing. Oh no, Zagala says that the follow-up shift being like minutes late has become habitual. That is a problem. Let's look at... You know, wait, Percival Blake I think had something to do with the skeletons, right? Information on Percival Blake. Read on. Percival Blake became Marquess of Doon at the age of 24 when his father, Graham, died of old age. This was in 1739, which was the fashion at the time. He ruled through the Great Freeze, the year of the slaughter, the Jacobite Rising, until he drowned in the tsunami of 1755 at age 40. That guy lived a life, huh? The Great Freeze and the Year of Slaughter? I see some annotations that suggest he didn't drown in the tsunami, more that he was drowned during it. Seems he was not popular with the people. In 1744, a scullery maid went missing. Rumors suggested she had rejected advances he made. Her fiancé came from a nearby village to find her, and he too wasn't heard from again. Various notes are added from different periods that say staff believed he walled them up alive. One note says they can still be heard sobbing for one another through the darker months. Despite this gruesome reputation, a portrait of him still resides in the East Tower. Okay, well, at least I kind of understand what happened there now. That's the backstory for the other... I guess maybe I should look at these other people in case they tell me where other skeletons are buried. Wilhelmina Blake. Read on. Born in 1788 to Thomas Blake, the 6th of the Marquess of Doon. She disappeared without a trace on the night of October 29th, 1828. Why, tonight's the anniversary! She had a passion for music from an early age, and was often called upon to entertain her father's guests with piano recitals in the drawing room. In the months leading to her disappearance, she developed a keen interest in Egyptology after her uncle, Lord Bernard Blake, gifted her an ancient vase he discovered during an expedition in Giza. The vase disappeared on the same night as Lady Blake. Did she get canopic jarred? Or canopic jarred? Her father experienced episodes of melancholy in his later years and would roam the grounds searching for his daughter, adamant that she had never left Blake Manor. I'm gonna be honest with you, based on what I know, you're probably right, buddy. Her whereabouts and fate remain unknown. I think she got Sosajima'd. Information on Mary Blake. Yeah, read that too. After her marriage to Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon, in 1881, she gained the title of Marchioness. That's not a thing. Marchioness Blake established the Blake Foundation in 1890. Through the foundation, the Marchioness... Stop, that's not a real word. Stop making me say it. The Marchioness constructed and funded several orphanages, ragged schools, and widows' almhouses in impoverished rural towns and villages across Connacht. The Marchioness committed much of the Blake fortune to the foundation and organized fundraising events across Ireland and Great Britain. She spent her free time teaching English in one of the foundation's local schools and privately funded the university education of over 40 pupils. M. Lady Blake took up a position of philanthropist and charity worker, acting as a pillar of her community and the very image of a God-fearing woman until her death in 1894. That was like a handful of busy years. Okie dokie. Okie dokie Literature Club. I gotta say, that's a really suspicious looking painting. Drawing of an unusually detailed lock. I wonder if it's a diagram of a real lock from somewhere. Well, I didn't write that down in my copybook, which is surprising. That's a really, really suspicious painting. Check out Skeleprey. Oh, they finally showed up, Zacula? I'm glad for that. Are you going to have to fight them? Look at this bust. Edward Blake built the original manor in the 1650s. He looks to have been extended many times over. What? It looks to have been extended many times over since. I guess he's saying that additions were made to the house, but in a way that barely uses English. The research function is not what I was expecting it to be. I guess I should confront Darcy about crime? I don't know, man. It seems like maybe I shouldn't, like, learn everyone's deepest secrets and then immediately tell them that I've done this and, like, make everyone hate me. But at the same time, like, what else am I gonna do? I don't know how this video game works.
Mr. Ward, you've come back to me.
I have, and you're gonna love this next part. Your goal is to murder Miss Dean as revenge for the affair that occurred while you miscarried.
What a dark horse you are, Mr. Ward. But for what purpose? Why go to all this trouble? Would you mock me?
Nah, I just don't really understand what to do in this video game, and it said I could, so why not?
Or do you mean something worthwhile by it? I confess. I killed my husband. I did. It seemed to me there was nothing else I could do.
These are some, like, TV villain folks. You're just like, swipe or no swiping. They're like, I confess, I did a murder.
Everything he put me through. I saw nothing but red until he was cold in the ground. And then I thought, it wasn't only him who wronged me. There was the woman, too, who had caught his attention. She must have known. Our Evelyn Dean.
Lady pulled it under literally no pressure, for real. Sarah says, can I have some sugar? I am a dark horse. I like it. But you have to, you have to be willing to accept some oats, you know?
So yes, I came here under his name, intent on finding her. To this forsaken backwater on the west coast of nowhere. To do something terrible to her. But
no, I agree.
Now, well,
manager's right there.
I don't think I wish as much vengeance as I thought.
You're just saying that because you can't do the vengeance? Let's be real with one another. Earlier I said, look at this bust, and everyone had a great time with it. Sarah's response was, I like big busts and I cannot lie. To which NECA responded, I like big butts and I cannot tell the truth. That's an age-old riddle. How do you solve that, you know?
But since I've been here, I didn't really believe in ghosts and magic before all this, you know.
But then I saw you make the skeletons kiss, and I just don't know anymore.
I do now. My husband is haunting me.
Well, yeah, I mean, murder will do that sometimes.
I don't want vengeance, but I do want to be rid of him. And maybe he'll be content if he has her for company. If that is what it takes.
That is an unhinged motive. She's like, okay, so I killed my husband because he was cheating on me, and now he's like big mad and he's haunting me forever. But what if I just like killed his mistress so that they could hook up behind my back for all eternity so he won't have to haunt me anymore? Like, I mean, I guess.
Well, there's no need to resort to such things, Mrs. Darcy. Let me see if I can do something about your husband.
Okay, that might be an even more insane response to that insane suggestion. So let me recap this for those of you who seem to be multitasking. So what happened is I stole this lady's key at breakfast and I broke into her room and I found a bunch of evidence and then looked up a medical reference and then determined that like this lady had a miscarriage at the same time that her husband was cheating on her. And I brought this to her attention and she's like, despite you suggesting nothing of the sort, I confess that I killed my husband out of spite because he had cheated on me. And now he is haunting me because I did a murder on him. And I figured the best thing to do to get him to stop haunting me is to get him some spooky afterlife strange with his own mistress so that he will stop haunting me. So I have to kill Evelyn Dean. And my response is, don't be so dramatic. Let me see if I can just magically stop your husband from haunting you. Okay.
Chance would be a damn fine thing.
Okay, now apparently I've decided that I'm gonna do an exorcism. I got a bunch of like exorcism related information. So I guess I should talk to the priest, but I don't think I can do that, right? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did I ask her about the dream? I don't remember. Does anyone remember who I've asked about the dream?
Mr. Ward.
I like how she's not even a little bit mad at me. Okay, I didn't ask her about the dream. Maybe she's the third person. I had the most peculiar dream since coming here. Really? Please do tell me more about your half-remembered slumbers. See, that's relatable. Honestly, Mr. Ward, there are many real and tangible things happening here. Do you want to discuss dreams? Got her, I guess.
That was all. Good day.
Good day, Mr.
I mean, I guess I can ask, like, Horsington, but, like, I don't expect that to help.
May I be of service, Mr. Ward?
I guess I can ask him about Miss Dean's room. Which room was Miss Dean assigned to when she was staying here? She was in room... Seems I would need to check my records. She had a southern view, I recall. I recall her complaining about the noise as new guests arrive. Why that matters now that she's gone is beyond. Strange dreams? Have many people reported strange dreams? I have heard it said. Not something you've experienced? I've worked here for nearly 20 years, Mr. Ward. I don't often sleep off the ground, so I could not guess what a normal dream would be for me. One spends so much time in a place to dream of corridors and doors and windows is sadly quite normal. Anything else I want to, like, ask this idiot about? I'll leave it for now.
I need no
certain.
I only have like 11 minutes until some sort of thing happens. I know like basically nothing going on at 11 a.m. What do you think we should do? I mean, I guess I'll go ask Horse Guy about his dreams, because I don't think I did that. Actually, I think it's closer to the other side, isn't it?
Mr. Ward.
Discuss evidence of dreams. You've been here a while. Have you experienced strange dreams since coming here? Not often, but enough. Sometimes I think I'm talking to the young master to see, or taking the young master to see his mother's graves. But we're walking through the hedge maze, not the way you'd normally go. We come to a pit, and the boy, he starts crying. I think he knows what's coming. I keep walking right up to the pit. And casual as you mind, I tip the lad in and just watch him fall into the darkness until I wake. I have a bottle of brandy next to the bed for nights like that. Well, that's not what I was talking about. Hey, wait, where is the porter right now? If I got Inez her telegram, she might not hate me forever.
Huh. I'll be off.
Right, yeah.
Would we call that, like, weather phenomenon, like, just Ireland? Oh, by the way, the whole, like, symbol of Blake Manor is probably its own sigil, isn't it? So, East Tower is where I found the skeletons. It's atrium. Bar's over that way and won't be open for a while. Don't remember how. Okay, this is library. Oh, I can go in supply closet, unlike so many other similar things, even with labels. Do we have this schedule? Yes, I do. It was in a different room, but I already have that information. Panel. Stone cross. Ooh, a key. I'll spend one to take a key. A small brass key used by staff should open any of the bedrooms leading off the atrium. Isn't that like a bunch of bedrooms? Use this to open Miss Erickson, Miss Barbosa, Mr. Toussaint, Miss Mantovani, and Miss Scarrett's rooms. That's I really gotta get in the Séance lady's room, right? It's a big stone cross with red stains that might be rust, but probably aren't. Okay. Crumpled note seems good. Note that reads, "Where did I leave that Bible?" Then a follow-up note. Of course, I left it handy for Mass on Sunday. It's weird. It's hard to imagine that mattering. What's the wheelchair belong to? The wheels are worn, but the seat looks new, as if it's been refurbished. Cleaning supplies for a few months. Some toys, presumably Walter's. Lettered blocks, pull string dog, encyclopedia of undead creatures with vampires bookmarked. That's not normal. Oh, now I can research vampires? That's not normal. What's the panel doing? Oh, Oh, I have a thing for this. I have some sort of thing for this. Can I? Okay, no longer has time cost. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. What does act on this look like right now? Nothing. I do not care for the way this information is conveyed by the video game. I'll spare you. I need to find... It is that weird journal, like the diary someone like gave. Yeah, Miss Dean's journal. I need cross, backwards D, triangle, diamond. Which triangle was it? Is that one? Shut up. Hidden door. Where am I? Bathhouse. There's an awful lot of towels in here. Oh dear. One could spend a lot of time looking at these. Changing room corridor. So that's the corridor. The door was locked off. This came from Jen, so I can... Locked. Closed for the season. Okay, but can I go in the ladies? Missing towel, huh? Sure could spend a lot of time on this. Nothing in this hamper. Check the other one. Ooh, there's two over here. Nothing in this one. Just kidding. That one's a joke toilet for farts. That would lead to... Oh, I need this. Well, I certainly got some stuff from this room, huh? Did I have a thing I was going to try to do before 11? I think I was just going to see if I could find the porter. Regrettably, I found that key at like an awkward time because like now I have not nearly enough time to like poke around in atrium adjacent rooms. Not left trigger, left bumper to run. Rooms 20 to 22. Did I look in here?
Famed naturalist John Muir, huh?
If only I could research famed naturalist John Muir.
Zombie Abraham Lincoln?
The West Tower. Do you think there's more skeleton smooching happening in the West Tower? I assume I can't enter this basement. Well, I have to say, the West Tower is quite a bit less interesting, huh? I think there's, like, literally nothing of interest in the West Tower, whereas the East Tower, we, like, leapfrogged a whole bunch of investigation and just, like, magically got, like, reunited a skeleton couple. Not a lot of rooms here, but I suppose that is what I should expect. Probably, no, I couldn't listen. Oh, there's a bath ready for someone. I'm not sure if I want like a staggeringly large quantity of soap for something. Oh, hang on. Wait, what is going on over there? What?
Oh, please.
What, how did this not trigger at any point before now?
You think this is the first time I have had scripture nailed to my door?
I don't know how to answer a question like that.
And Leviticus 20:27?
I mean, that's the future. That's like a year from now.
This is not even original. I think I know who did this. I will have to talk with her.
Hey, crew, help me out. What's that accent?
But for now, I need a moment to sit.
Her? Anne? Egg? Who could you be talking about? And what does that Bible verse mean? Clearly someone in this hotel has bad blood with Miss Mantovani. She thinks it's a woman. Could it even be Miss Dean? And that knife. Something tells me they're not likely to stop at threats. I don't know, that's something of a leap, perhaps. She calls it a Mayan egg. Yeah, I bet she does. Oh, what do I do in 2 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ooh. Map of the upper floor. This should be useful for placing which guest is located where. Probably a good use of 1 minute. What do I do with 1 minute? I don't think I've checked here, have I? 7 to 12? It's a new bust. So sometimes when I'm moving around, weird stuff just happens, right? Okay. Under past corridor. I assume I've been there already. Is that like a... Okay, it's the skylight. Weird pattern on the floor. Oh yeah, that was a minute well spent. Look at how sick my like first floor map looks now. Dang. I really gotta talk to Father Sanat. Because I think he can help me with the exorcism, and he's probably a resource for, like, sourcing the Bible quote. Even though, like, a Bible definitely existed in... God, does anyone remember where the Bible was? I want to say it was unassigned room 7, but I think that's wrong. Place is practically overflowing with busts, as any good establishment should be. Really. Walled garden. Do I have the option to go there and not do that?
Me gustan las tetas grandes.
I saw that coming. People have been saying it in chat without the use of bits. Thank you, Demolition, for spending money on that for some reason.
Babe?
So if I go to the northeast pass corridor, then I go downstairs.
Big titty.
Don't know where all this conversation is coming from. Wait a minute. No,
The
that's just a
servants
book.
call me Dummy Thick.
Did I go to...
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends, then?
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
Oh, hello. Oh, it's you. It's this weird guy. Suppose I could spend 1 time unit to analyze him. And then he'll probably, like, faff off to parts unknown. Well, there was talk of a garden maze, huh? Graveyard over there, good. Spend 1 time unit to kick that guy who was being annoying at the gazebo. No, I don't think that was one of my options. But I agree with you that it would be a good use of 1 time. Wow, the hedge maze is separate from where I'm at now, huh? That's a little troubling. Might as well add that to my map since that seems to cost 0 time units. Just gonna leave that alone for a minute. Discarded slippers seems like the sort of thing my character is deeply interested in. Hate this. Feel like this is gonna be really annoying at some point. Anvil, okay, normal. 0 time units, 0 time dilemma. Oh dear. Oh, hello. Goodbye, birds who might also be the washing lady. I found evidence of a dead end and a spooky statue. We only have 1 time unit until 11 a.m. Okay. Oh, hey, look. It's the public obelisk. That's not the employees only obelisk. Oh, hi, there's a ghost here. There's for sure a ghost here. How does that not get written down in my, like, copybook as, like, an important point of interest? There's quite a lot I could do here. That looks pretty haunted. That looks like a pretty haunted well, if I can be honest with you. Wow. Sure wish I had come here with more than one time unit, huh? Nothing of interest at what appears to be the center of the maze. Just kidding? Key 11? Do I need key 11? Is a question that I find myself asking. Oh. That map is surprisingly useful, although it doesn't highlight the things you would find. Okay, well, it's a lot of map we added to the map. Room 11. Room 11.
Fashionable DT man.
Room 11. Do I have like a better record of? Unassigned room 15. So 15 is up there. Demolition confidently says yes. Okay, Demolition. Let me riddle you this. I have a key that will already open any room that is adjacent to the atrium. And I also have one that opens all the rooms in the northeast corridor. You know for a fact that none of those rooms is room 11? It's a key. But I already have a key that might do that function. You understand what I'm saying, right? You're just like saying... Okay, you're employing adventure game logic, not employing Séance of Blake Manor logic. Because time units are a premium. You understand that, right? This is the garbage that makes me hate this system, right? In any traditional adventure game, I'd be like, oh, sick, I found a dirty key on the ground. That could do anything. In this game, I'm like, do I really need that key that could break the case wide open? Okay. Oh, it's another ghost. This is a really haunted hedge maze.
God almighty. A spirit.
Okay, listen. Listen. My dad always says that it's wrong to hate. And he's normally saying it sarcastically, but he says it to me a lot. I'm not trying to hate on this game or this voice actor, even though you know I do nothing but hate on video games. This guy does not sound like you could care any less about that ghost. Like, at all. Like, that is like the least enthusiastic response I've ever seen to like an actual spirit appearing in front of a human. Does it take an entire time unit to pick up a key? Does this guy have a glass spine and paper knees? I mean, probably. Listen to him talk.
Is that Miss Dean?
It would bode poorly for me if it was, because I'd be out 300 pounds.
She doesn't seem to be moving. I don't think she means to hurt me.
He just doesn't care at all about this.
I need a closer look.
Chat must hate this. I keep finding all these interesting things and I'm like, is that worth my last time unit? But like, can we agree that this is why this system is bad? Like, it just seems like an awful system for like exactly this reason. Yeah, it'd be great if it marked stuff like that as a highlight on your map. It'd be awesome. I would be even more excited than that guy was to see a ghost. There's my key. I don't know. If it's Evelyn D, you know what? Let's just do a save anyway. Please, Lord, don't let this be Evelyn.
Tell me your name.
Nothing, of course. There must be some means I can use to communicate with her. Now it is 11 a.m. Like it says, between the ghost, the key, the obelisk, clearly the most interesting thing here is the lady's slipper. Who knows what size it could be? I like that, like, all those things that triggered for me talking to the ghost had to wait for 11 a.m. You also forgot this weird scrap of clothing as a point of interest. 4 hours till lunch. That's like... That's gotta be like the funniest thing a human being could say, Sarah. That's extremely good in a way I can't even like describe. It's like, oh man, it's 11 a.m. Just saw a ghost. 4 hours till lunch. Piece of night dress caught in the maze. Whose dress was this? Where were they going? And when can I have lunch? I filed 4 evidence, whatever that means. Oh, a human being is here now. Guess I'll take this key. Doesn't look strong enough for a door. Oh, it's not a door key. It's a locker key. Hey, you look...
Senior Ward. Yes?
I don't know about this lady. I don't know if I want to talk to this lady. Night, Keith. Thanks for stopping by. 4 hours until lunch, and after that, only 4 more hours till dinner. It's just super okay and normal. See, this is the problem I have. Is like, I think I have like a weirdly inhuman eating schedule, and so then when I'm like put in like close proximity to other people, then like I have to deal with their schedule, and I'm like, oh, why are people eating at these normal times? I like the fake emphasis put on Signor. She's like, oh, you're like Italian, right?
Yes. And you are?
Like, okay, like, I want a real answer here, which I know means that you're all going to like be super sarcastic, but like, does it bother anyone else how little this man seems to care about anything going on? Like, at all?
My name, Signor, is Carmela Mantovani. The same Carmela Mantovani who is hosting tomorrow evening's seance. The guest of honor, if you will.
The psychic. Is that how you know my name?
Ah, you flatter my abilities, Signor. No, I overheard the staff mention and you guessed, and worked the rest out. I am something of the... detective. No? Another example.
Weird response.
I think perhaps you're here for a different reason. Something not like the others.
The leaves blowing around are a weird effect.
And why would you say that, madame?
You do not recognize me or my name. I would wager good money that no others came this far west without some idea of those details.
Why is he so stuttery? I don't know. He doesn't seem very confident at his job at all. He definitely doesn't care about ghosts even a little bit. Psycho says, my main issue is that the 7 p.m. dinner makes the 9 a.m. breakfast so horrifically egregiously awful. You eat dinner at 7, probably go to bed kind of peckish at like 10, wake up at like 7 or 8 absolutely starving, and then you have 1 to 2 hours before breakfast. It is insane. Listen, I don't disagree, but the ongoing discussion is just really funny to me. Like, I legitimately agree with you, but there's something about it that's really funny. Much like 11 a.m., 4 hours until lunch.
Come, allow me to read your cards.
So stupid.
Perhaps we can discover your real reason for attending. Maybe you will find a little direction along the way.
Why not?
After that display, How can I refuse?
Come closer then, Signor. A 3-card spread, Signor.
I don't think I like the way you said that.
1 card for your past. 1 for your present. And 1 for your future. Let us begin. The 3 of Swords. Swords cover the intellectual realm. And this one in particular deals with heartbreak.
It's a little interesting that I don't have any input on this. I don't know what that would look like, but there's something a little curious about the way this triggers.
Love, perhaps? But also grief, sorrow.
Surely your cards can tell you which.
They're pieces of paper, Signor. They can't answer anything. They put you in front of questions that you may choose to ask yourself. Or not.
I feel like that's a really enlightened take on doing a tarot reading, but I feel like it's also at odds with someone doing a tarot reading. Like, I feel like I would expect you to put more faith into it than that.
If these cards are to mean anything, only you will know it. The Tower. Major Arcana. These cards deal with big, life-changing affairs.
I feel like if I tell Zacula the times at which I eat, he's gonna have like a meltdown. Like, it varies a little by day, for sure. But I would say that, like, normally I eat lunch at like 1 p.m. I typically eat dinner like 6-ish. That's plus or minus an hour, kind of depending on circumstances and a little bit on day of the week. And then I don't eat breakfast at all. So I typically only eat twice a day. And then the gap is like, you know, many hours. Yeah, the fact that she's like frozen in place for this is really upsetting, and she definitely does look a little bit like a zombie, for sure.
As you can see, lightning, fire, destruction, and chaos are the poor view of this card.
Isn't that like almost explicitly not how tarot works? 'Cause like you don't, like, the art on them can be different, and like that's so like you don't just like look at it and like figure out its meaning by looking at it. Like, they have a set meaning. Isn't that not how this works? It's actually all pretty reasonable except no breakfast, which is psychotic. The thing is, so like, and like I don't try to make this sound like something other people should be like. I basically have always wanted to like naturally intermittently fast. I don't really like the many small meals or grazing or snacking. Like, I typically want like either like 2 medium-sized meals or like something small and then like huge meal. Like, that always has worked better for me.
That sounds bad.
She's like, your future is death. He's like, oh no.
What is bad? This card would suggest that you are, or soon will be, in the middle of something significant and unavoidable.
You know, as little as a single individual time unit normally costs, I do feel like I overpaid for this.
Bad is not the right word. But neither is it good.
Oh, the wind!
Does that mean anything?
It's Tech's favorite when the subtitle doesn't match the spoken dialogue.
Everything means something, Signor. Normally, a card is upright or reversed.
By the nature of what we just witnessed, we know that it was supposed to be upright, and then the wind blew it. if it had blown it all the way upside down, or if we had been uncertain of its starting position, that might have meant something.
When upright, this card, the Wheel of Fortune, means good luck, prosperity. Reversed, it means, as you may suspect, bad luck and the misfortune. On its side, I believe it means both are possible.
She's really making this up as she
Think your
goes.
Future. Perhaps all of our futures are very much in your hands.
Really starting to feel like she is a complete fraud.
However you resolve your tower, this here and now, your own reason for attending, it seems likely to affect us all. You see, I was not wrong. There is more for
What a
you
conclusion
here
to
than
draw
mere
from that
sounds.
information.
Indeed. Though I am unsure what all this means.
This guy is even less interested in the plot of this game than I am.
It means, Signor, tread carefully, but act decisively. So much hangs in the balance.
So it says, I mean, her tarot is pretty good, but any can be true. My point is just that, like, it feels like she doesn't actually know how to interpret the cards, even in the abstract of, like, how he could internalize the meaning to answer the questions for himself, as she sort of framed it. Like, it just seems like, it almost seems like, as she's, like, talking to me, she's, like, looking at, like, a cheat sheet that's, like, curled up in her hand to be like, the Wheel of Fortune, that's good, unless it is bad.
And now, perhaps a more traditional conversation, see? What should we discuss, Signor Ward?
Analyze. Look at her weird zombie face. She looks very tired. Don't say that to her, chat. I know this one. Don't say that. Well-worn tarot deck. Tarot deck worn by years of use. My grandpa's tarot deck has no fraudulent cards. Shakes. Miss Mantovani's jewelry is quietly jangling. It's as if her entire body is shaking despite the mild temperature. I've filed for evidence, whatever that means. I can talk to 2 other people about the fact that I think the seance lady is unwell. That's interesting. So it says, usually you ask a question of the cards before they're dealt to you, and someone reads a meaning that you interpret based on what you asked. No, so, like, I want to be clear about this. I sort of understand how tarot, like, should work, but, like, my read on her reading is just that, like, she doesn't really seem that well-versed in tarot despite having a well-worn tarot deck. Like, I know that she's not literally supposed to read the future and know exactly what's going to happen. I know that's not how it works. But, like, she didn't seem to, like, be terribly familiar with the... Like, it felt like what we were doing is the 2 of us were trying tarot for the first time, and she was looking at the instructions on the back of the board game box to figure out what the things were. Not that she was, like, deeply familiar with, like, the meaning of the tarot cards. That's all I'm saying. That when I say, like, fraudulent, that's what I mean. That, like, she's making it up as she goes. Well, I know I said I shouldn't ask her, or I shouldn't point out that she looks tired, but why do we play video games other than to do exactly the wrong thing at exactly the right time? Are you feeling alright, Miss Mantovani? Oh, why do you... I'm alright, I'm fine, it's just... Perhaps a cold from the weather. London is foggy, but here it's just damp. To the bone. Agreed, to the bone. Jesus, spiritual lady. You know anything about exorcisms? Exorcism? Oh no, senor. I talk with the dead. If I, cough, were to chase them away, I would be out of work. But there are many magicians here. Someone more versed in death is certain to know anything you could ask. I guess I could ask about that flyer thing I witnessed. Flyer you found on your door, are you okay? Ah, senor, this is not the first time such a thing has happened, but I will give them marks for theatrics. Right
Shall
through
we
the eye they
sculpt
stuck
some
it.
flesh friends, then?
So you're not worried? Cough, cough. I am not scared of death, senor. Cough, 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 cough. And this is but a scare tactic. They hope only to cough, chase me off. Anyone willing to go further would have, cough, gone there to begin with. They would not have given a warning, surely. Cough, cough.
Famed naturalist John Muir, huh?
Sometimes I don't know what chat's up to, but you keep being you, chat. You look tired, Miss Mantovani. Ah, no, that's cough. There's a lot of strange energy in this place. Difficult to sleep in a place so beset with spirits. You cold, miss? Your hands are shaking. I wouldn't. Don't worry about that. I've been cough, cough. You're right, of course. I should be wearing my shawl. I don't know that maybe I could ask her about strange dreams. A place like this, how could one not? But the recurring one, the maze of corridors luring me to the seance. That is enticing. There is a force at work in the dreams here. You can feel it, no? It is not another practitioner. It does not have that focus. What it is and what it wants, I do not know. Cough. Perhaps it'll be our guest at the seance. Aha. Hello? I'm sure now that there's a big shared dream being experienced here. But what is it trying to convey, and how can I find out? If only there was a way I could revisit and explore the dream itself. I can research dreams now.
Of course.
Picture an egg.
You look tired. 10 psychic damage. But to whom? To us or to her? Whoa, wait a minute. Do I have a new analyze? Can that happen? Why did that take a time unit? Ooh.
Leonard Steak Charmer, huh?
Wait, is this the one? Oh, that is the first one. Okay. I didn't realize there was a direct path there. Look at
Trixie
Slipper.
the giraffe neck girl from Scranton.
Prince, small, one shoe came off in the mud. The ghost just casually hanging out there is like morbidly, extremely funny.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. I guess I could look at this extremely cursed well. Closed up well, but I can hear water on the other side. Covered in these markings. I get the sense they're a recent addition, but who could have drawn these? A child? Look at the monument. Picture of a woman with a dedication to my beloved Mary. May those who wander this maze be as lost as I am without you in my life. What a strange sentiment. Someone with chalk, also a good answer to who could have drawn this. Can't fight City Hall. No, it's a building. So let's back to the center. That's just more garbage. What would you draw with perfectly good chalk? What if you get hungry? Hang on. Speak to that, Zacula. What are you gonna do with the chalk? The hedge is crushed in half as if it was hit with force. Part of a dress seems to have torn off. I would not say that's what the hedge looks like. It looks like a hedge. Not taking questions at this time. I think I just filed 4 pieces of evidence. Oh, the petals and footprints are doing something weird. What have we here? The petals, they're arranged in some sort of unnatural shape. Oh, is this a rune? Is this a round rune? Can runes be round? I think you have to start at one of the ends, right? You would have to. Then you'd have to end at the other one. Oh, hang on. I, remembered the pain someone else felt in a dream. So a lady was led here by an evil shadow on a stormy night. There's something intangible I really hate about that loading symbol. I have a hypothesis? Another memory. What is that thing to do with Miss Dean? It was too large a person and transparent? Was it leading her through the maze? And if so, to where? Was it another ghost or something else? And who was the person watching it all? Was that the culprit observing their deeds? What's that sound? What's that sound? Who that be, huh? Jacques!
Oh.
We're gonna call that Doyle's doping? It looked like alcohol. Has anyone ever called alcohol doping?
Well, what were you gonna say to the manager? Hardly likes me anyway. Can I help you, or whatever it is you want out here?
What a strange reaction. You'd think he'd try to be like, oh, please don't tell him, or even just like, be nice to me so maybe I won't, and he's just like, oh, you're gonna tell him? That guy sucks. Anyway, you suck too. You need something? Maybe there's opium in the alcohol. I mean, that could be true, but like, it's a weird conclusion for my character to jump to just looking at a guy drink out of a flask. Not to be mean, but the porter has a dumb idiot face. I'm not gonna argue that. I don't know if I can ask both of these. I feel like I get more useful information out of the second one.
Well, I'm not letting you have any, if that's what you're at. God knows, this stuff's hard enough to get already. Anything decent is. I'm less likely to be bothered when I'm on my break. Not completely safe, though, apparently. Well, from the likes of you.
Is he mad at me? What am I catching strays for? I was just out here trying to catch a ghost or something. I don't know.
Other people seem to forget that anyone could be in here at all. When they take their arguments outside, forget they might be heard.
Have you heard anything interesting? Tell me what you heard, and I promise this encounter stays between us.
Fine. Dean.
Evelyn Dean?
Her. Last Tuesday, work was quiet, so I slipped out here.
Dean?
I overheard her having a fight about something.
What was the something? What was she arguing about?
I don't know. Since we're good pals now, I'll tell you that I did try to get closer, but it was too risky. Probably some of this magic stuff they're all so keen on. You'd need to ask him, I guess.
Did you see who him was?
No. All I could tell you is that it was a man. She was the one with the raised voice, mostly drowned him out. Then she stormed off. I don't know if he followed, but by the time I'd worked myself to a good vantage point, he was gone too. Bloody maze.
Okay, I love you, bye-bye.
This has been helpful.
Is this why she's not been about the last few days?
Probably, dude.
Vardy says she left, but I don't know.
I don't know, but I hope to learn.
Sarah seems to like that the leave option is in all capital letters. Like a really, like, firm decision. Not just like, I guess I'll go, but like, leave.
Well, if you're gonna be snooping about, it was 8 p.m. they fought. I know because the bar was quiet with all the Blue Bloods playing bridge.
Thank you.
Who was Miss Dean arguing with before she went missing, and why? I could start by ruling out Father Sinnoh and Mr. O'Finn, as they hadn't arrived by then. And Mr. Doyle, since the information came from him. Walter, too, as it was an adult man she fought with. Okay, so hold on. How do I, I'm missing 4 pieces of evidence, and yet it says the hypothesis is available. Does that mean that, like, a correct hypothesis is available, or that I can hypothetically make a hypothesis? Miss Dean was... probably, like, brought to the hedge maze by a shadowy figure while a third party watched. I know what happened here.
Some thing guided Miss Dean through the grounds, though I'm not yet sure to where. The whole time they were being watched by the culprit. Can I learn anything useful about the culprit from this?
Footprints belong to them. Probably, right? We know she didn't have shoes on. That must be what we're getting at. Oh my goodness. Was there? Is it that you noticed that, like, one of the options was, like, was undressed?
The extra prints in the hedge maze must belong to the culprit.
That's a little bit of a leap.
Now I know they wear a medium-sized boot.
As we all know, human beings only have 3 sizes of foot. Small, medium, and large. That is all. Also, it is not possible for more than one set of footprints to be left in a muddy 19th century hedge maze.
I have picked up another fact about the culprit. I wonder if there's anyone I could eliminate as a result.
Plus, it's a leap just to assume that the third party in that vision we experienced was the culprit for sure. Like, those events could be entirely unrelated to her actually being, like, attacked or kidnapped or whatever happened.
And if not, what investigating can I do to allow me to learn some useful facts about the suspects?
Obviously, the answer to that is look at everyone's shoes. We all know this. What was the thing that led Miss Dean to the maze? Was it another ghost or something else? Maybe the staff have heard of it or seen before. Maybe some of the guests might know.
What on earth?
I think that's the most excited this guy's been in the whole game. Now granted, that does appear to be a druid hammering, I don't know, like a striking rune onto a +1 longsword or something like that, so it's pretty weird, but at the same time, we did just try to talk to a ghost and he didn't give a squat. What did I just see? Was that real? A giant figure smithing. What could it mean? I'm sorry, I can research smithing in the Book of the Gods? Is everyone okay? Old anvil covered in Celtic knotting. Despite its obvious age, it shows no signs of wear or rusting. Immense size must mean it was only intended for use by whatever it was I saw using it. That's some weird stuff, man. Actual Minotaur. I mean, I think it was like branch antler crown sort of druid thing, but Minotaur in a maze does kind of track, huh? It's entirely possible I've missed something, but I do legitimately think I've covered probably the important basis for the maze for the foreseeable now. I mean, it had horns, but I don't know that they were natural, I guess, is my sort of point. Any House of Leaves fans in chat? I gotta tell you, I'm really not much of a reader, but I keep finding myself wanting to read that book. What little I know about it sounds really interesting. Oh, this guy. He's on the list of people I can talk to about exorcisms.
Hello again, my friend.
Mr. Dupre, might you know much about exorcisms? I do, for my sins. Actual banishment is hard. Death failed to remove the spirit. What can we do more than her? I really don't like talking to this guy. Laying a soul to rest is the easier and kinder method of getting rid of one. But when that is not an option, which is often the case with angry spirits, then we trap a soul and take that fetter to a faraway place. The Gulf of Mexico is littered with ghosts. They are harmless to us. Guys, how come every time this guy says a sentence, I, like, fail a sanity check? Tell me, are you asking theoretically or actually? Actually. What do you need? Mrs. Darcy believes she's being haunted by her late husband and seems to be at her wit's end. I understand you're well versed in such matters. Do you think you'd be able to help her? I had the impression there was something troubling her, but I didn't know it was quite that serious. I can, of course, help, but I'll need an item of Mr. Darcy's, something that would have been of considerable emotional value to him. I'll try to find something that could work. Let me know as soon as you have it. It'd be better not to let this linger. Did you have to let it linger? I want to ask this guy about the bridge game. I don't think I will.
Not at all, Mr. Ward.
You hate this guy's accolade? Yeah, you and me both. I'm not a fan. He seems important, but I don't care for the cut of his jib. This is not so much of a maze. This, however... Young lady carrying a bushel of flowers or maybe grass and personifying spring. Not a researchable person, huh? You a time traveler, Vasco? I don't know why you'd ask me that. Which you may note is not... Oh, hang on. I mean, I guess I don't really need it, huh? Hey, you're still here. I was worried about that. Can I talk to the bird?
Another crow?
Hello.
Is that Master Walter watching the grounds from the Blake residence? That's quite the vantage point. I wonder what secrets he's seen.
Okay. Oh, the porter came back here, huh? Oh, wait. Now that I can actually talk to him, can I tell him to go give a telegram to Lady Barbosa?
Hello again.
Do I have a... I'll give it a shot for one time, unit. You spoken with Miss Barbosa? I'm avoiding that one. Lost a telegram meant for her and don't want to tell her. I'm not paid enough. You know what?
I'll leave you be.
Yeah.
Been there, man. Let me, oh yeah, I didn't analyze this guy because I got distracted by the maze and all it entails. I don't like the way he's sliding around. Okay. Oh, the pocket watch isn't interesting, huh? Powder stain. There's traces of a white substance around his pocket. Walks leaning on a cane. He's leaning on that cane for support. The way he's standing leaves no doubt. Well dressed. Expensive attire, but nothing flashy. He's wealthy, but doesn't care if people know it or not. Distracted look in his eyes. Something about his eyes gives me the impression he's only half in the room. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say he's none percent in the room because he's been standing outside for 2 hours.
Another stranger, is it? They must have dredged the barrel to find so many unknowns.
Got a weird energy.
Cahill O'Mara, sir. You?
Declan Ward. It's a pleasure.
You can tell by the intonation of my
event?
voice. That guy says, holy, there's so many characters I didn't even know this guy existed. He's not even like... I mean, he is a particularly unremarkable character, I think, among the characters we've seen, but, like, you realize how many characters we, like, literally haven't had a relevant interaction with, right?
Beyond the seance? If you must know, I guess I'm hoping the techniques used here can be repurposed to speak to other things.
That's creepy, dude. Guess I don't have to ask about dreams anymore. Ask about his powder stain. Where there's a stain on your pocket, sir? So there is. Must be... soap? Something on your mind, Mr. O'Mara? You seem distracted. I always do. Don't take it personally. It's not a comment on the company. Not right now, it isn't anyway, No, I've always had this look, I think. I'll ask him where Evelyn Dean's room is. Why not? She's beside mine. How did I forget that? I'd sort of forgotten she was here. How did that happen? Oh, wait. Huge if true.
I'll be off, miss.
Don't let me keep...
Where's this idiot staying? Hold on. God, I hate the map. It's so bad. Oh, I need this one. Okay. This guy is... Mr. O'Mara. Southeast corridor upper. Unassigned room 15. That's gotta be it, right? Now I just have to, like, figure out how to get there, because I can't care. Psycho says... Real quick, if some guy walked up to me and was like, there's a stain on your pants, I'd hiss at him. That seems normal. It's locked and hasn't been open in a while. I suspect there's nothing I need from here. I don't even... Oh, it's the ballroom. Alright, brother. Just looking for a way back in. What is this? Do I care what this is? What a weird door. Side gate. Texture on this looks especially like low quality. This leads perhaps to the Blake private residence. Hinges are rusted over. Hasn't seen use in some time. Right, that's where I am. I wonder if different people I can ask about the exorcism will give me different answers. 9 through 16. That's my jam. I need 15. So I should be in the realm of that, right? 12, 11, that's the wrong direction. Isn't it? I am here. I need to go forward and then go through the corridor on the... Is that not where I came from? Ooh. Hang on, guys. Strange marks on the wall. Time to accidentally do some magic. The door to room 15 appears to be missing. Okay, so when I accidentally reunited the skeletons of the lovers, didn't it say something about like a sigil on room 15 that I hadn't, like I definitely like sequence broke this game, right? Somehow. Following these will help you progress and solve mysteries. Reviewing the mystery map can help you remember what you have and haven't already investigated. Further clues can be revealed by discussing evidence with other characters. The info panel on the right can show you who you can discuss a specific piece of evidence with. What? I definitely sequence broke the game. I like just got the ability to investigate a mystery I've already solved. This is a rare game that I honestly feel needs more rails. That's interesting, Demolition, because, like, in the abstract, I definitely agree with you. But I have to say that, like, once we stopped putting, like, hard deadlines on stuff, like, I was enjoying this game a lot more. Like, even though I know it's definitely possible I'm, like, missing out on stuff, like, it feels like investigating stuff is more meaningful now. And I, like, appreciate that. It really, really does feel, though, as if, like, I shouldn't be able to just casually do this spell right now. Like, I feel like I've skipped some, like, major portion of gameplay or something. Referring to where or what to do signpost. Oh, that I for sure agree with. Like, the game has, like, a really bizarre, like, not entirely hands-on or hands-off approach to, like, telling you what's important. No, just do the angle. Never black magic caused this. Somebody went through a lot of trouble to mask Miss Dean's room. Did they? Because that was super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Can you imagine if someone was inside that room, if I listened and I, like, heard something in there? Can't hear anything. Doesn't seem like anyone is on the other side. Already has a key in the lock? Seems to be a master key for this corridor, but why was it left here? What other mysteries does this room hold for me? Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Ooh, who's floorboard? Security in this place is abysmal. There's like a shocking number of like skeleton keys here. Let's see. Under the floorboard is a note. Start in the garden in autumn. Walk east to the junction, then north for 3. Turn west and walk for 2 junctions, then south for 1. It is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs. There's something else, too. A piece of paper stained with what exactly? It's clearly some kind of sigil. In God's name brought Miss Dean here in the first place. Look at the stained page. What on earth am I supposed to draw this time? The shape. You draw the shape? That's how the shape... Hey, guy? That's how it works. how do you do this one? Aren't there like too many like endpoints? Saga says, if I lost my master key, it would be a big deal. No, because then, like, what's the worst that could happen, Zacula? Some guy goes around and finds everyone's poison and looks at their shoes? What's the worst that could happen? Oh, I see. You can hop around the edges for some reason, huh? So maybe I can't do this unless I know more about the shape? That's kind of interesting. Maybe I have to connect everything? I'm not taking a careful enough approach to this, so I don't think I've got this right at all. So that's interesting. This one can't connect down, it can only connect up. I feel like that's meaningful, but I'm not entirely sure why. So this tells me something about how this all connects. This is... One of these should be a starting point, and then an ending point. No. Have to like... It's weird. Have to like come back... Got like kind of an idea of how I would work this based on the information available to me, but like I'm not sure I'm smart enough for this. Like, as a final move, if I can get back to this center point... Wait, that doesn't... Maybe? I have to draw like a circle around the middle, right? Will this work 1 minute? Yeah, but also like picking up a locker key off the ground is a minute. So like keep that in mind, why don't you? This is really tough, and yet it like should be doable, in theory. I don't really know what I'm doing. Can I... It's starting to feel like I do all the outer stuff and then do like a big wiggle wag in the middle. But then again... Why can I not undo that line? Normally I can undo a line like... We tried drawing a wiener. It doesn't really work that way. I don't think. Please do the diagonal? Okay. That's gonna be a problem. Or is it? Maybe it's not? Oh, yes, it is. I need like one of these to be empty so that I could go over and then down again. I'm kind of close, I think. But I don't know for sure that this is what the shape is the problem. Can I just like misstep that? Is that like doable, or is there like a flaw in this? So like do the outer thing, and then something like this is still a problem, isn't it? Can't go up from here. So maybe that connection doesn't have to happen? Whoa, what? Alright, I don't think I don't think I know what's going on. I don't know why that's possible. Whoa, whoa. Normally when I let go of the drawing button, it just... That was weird. Oh, so now I can do... Well, okay, so what's even better, gang, is that took one time unit. But that one time unit is literally an endless number of staring at that page. I can now rotate a cow in my mind, you understand? Like, I can just do that for free. Do not know what that symbol... I mean, unless it's like... Is it in the thing that's under the floorboard? I need to check the bed. Maybe the fireplace? Oh yeah, he did say did work in the fireplace for Mrs. Dean. Sorry, Miss Dean. It's been clean since its last use. What's this? Looks like some figure made from sticks and twine. Is that horsehair? Why would this be here? Oh, chimney charm. Let me look at that. That seems like a shape that I want. It's like 2 diamonds with a big stick down the middle. That what on earth am I supposed to draw this time really feels like a 7th guest line of dialogue. Nah, that does not apply here, huh? I mean, it's a good shape to know, I guess. But, that's not the answer to this spider web. Getting the controller to do some of these diagonals is pretty heinous. I did it. I made a squirrel. Guys, I found the sigil for Squirtle. It looks like this. Now I can control squirrels with my mind. Or something. I don't know what I'm doing. I really want to solve that, but I just like legitimately like can't. Like I could just spend a really long time doing that and not get a solution. So there isn't something obviously hidden under the bed this time, but like, I'll check anyway, I guess. Oh, there is something though. Look at that. Bottle of turpentine. Wonder what it's doing under there. Oh. There's something painted under here, but I can't make it out. Have you tried being good? Scuff marks by the bed's legs. Looks like it's been recently moved. Figured it out, sort of. Look at the markings. What kind of markings painted on the floor? I've seen this before. The symbol is in my dream, on the stone at the end. Though it is deformed here, the new shape seems to have been left by the deformation. Done this once already. How did I do this? Half outer circle, inner circle, I think works. Turpentine isn't gonna huff itself. That's how the magic works, right? Someone cast Fireball at the darkness? Or I guess that's what made the room disappear. That's a cool spell. I'll do a spin. That's a neat trick.
That sigil. It unlocks some kind of memory.
So, okay, here's the weird thing, right? Well, here's a weird thing among many weird things. Is like, this feels like it's supposed to be the first memory sigil, right? Because he's like surprised that it unlocked a memory. But like, I was clearly able to do a memory sigil out in the maze. I'm not sure if this game thinks it's linear. Like, I'm confused about the way it handles some of this stuff.
Somebody painted this sigil under the bed on the night Miss Dean went missing. The same one from my dream. When they came back to remove it, they couldn't, and they magically sealed the room to cover their tracks. I have a hazy understanding of the sigil's intent somehow. It draws attention to the person above it, though attention of what I do not know. It brings them back to the dream, maybe. I'm unclear. It's as if I have memory that is not quite my own.
I'll look at Rug. Nothing here. What do you say, chat? You want to do that treasure hunt now? Start in the garden in autumn. I actually think I know what that might mean. Are we playing as an amnesiac? I don't think so, but I'm unclear. Oh, it's that guy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Ward.
Why did he come here?
Hold on. Isn't that... Yes, that's Evelyn. Miss Dean's room.
There's something that is legit, like, this is a type of horror that I really like, where there's just this, like, mild unsettling effect that just, like, applies to everyone, where it's like, no one can quite remember where the missing woman's room was.
It is, isn't it? I'd forgotten, but I'm sure of it now. What were you doing in there?
What if I just, like, awkwardly chose to say nothing and leave? I don't think I know enough about this guy to know which of these is, like, a good... Like, I don't think I want to tell him the truth. I don't think I really want to tell anyone the truth. I guess I'll claim to be her friend? I don't know. Really? You would... Elaborate, Neko. Why do you think you would tell this guy the truth? What specifically do we think the truth is? Do we think that the truth is... I asked you where her room was, and then I used a magic seal trying to figure out what happened to her? I guess if the truth is just that we're here to figure out what happened to her, that's not so bad. I don't know. I don't know if I trust this guy. I feel like room change is like not a particularly good lie under the circumstances. Claiming to be a detective sounds like the least weird thing. If you claim room change, that'll be the moment. That'll fail the moment he spots you go in your room. If you claim to be her friend, that'll fail because you know nothing about her. Yeah, my concern for claiming to be her friend is that if we do think the truth is just that we're a detective, that's not so bad. I'm concerned about him being like, how do you know magic or whatever? And like, that's the thing I don't want to get into with him. But like, yeah, okay.
I'm looking into where Miss Dean has gone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Someone has reason to believe she's gone missing.
She's gone? I thought I hadn't seen her. But I suppose I was hoping I'd just missed her. I mean, I saw her late on Tuesday night. I didn't speak to her, but she didn't seem to be herself. She looked like she might have spent some significant time at the bar. She went towards the East Tower behind you. I considered following her to see if she was all right, but... well, even drunk, she was faster than me with this blasted stick. Anyway, I'm not one to go chasing a woman. So... but if you believe something to have happened to her then, well...
As I mentioned, she was out of it when I saw her. I'd say she was at the bar, and that is likely true.
It's unfortunate that I can clearly tell when some of these were like recorded at like completely separate times from other lines of dialogue.
But she may well have been there getting something from the barman. The porter, Doyle.
That doesn't seem to be true, because we already talked to the porter about that night.
He's a bit of a user, and Evelyn always finds those. Anyone with a supply can share a supply.
Interesting way of putting that.
Maybe you can learn something from him?
I saw signs of someone having wandered this way, less than gracefully earlier, and I have spoken with Mr. Doyle. You've both been a great help.
You've both been a great help?
I'll find her, Mr. O'Mara. Don't you worry.
Maybe. Let's hope so.
Also, are you two like shouting or something? What? Because we're completely down the hall? Yeah, I don't know. Christine was wandering the grounds in a daze just prior to her disappearance. But what does this all mean? It's kind of your job, buddy. I'm sorry, I have a hypothesis about her bedroom? Do I? Do I have that? Dude, navigating between the mysteries is such the hot dog water. It's so, like... it's so bad and unintuitive and clunky, like... just, like, this system is, like, unfortunately, like, integral to the game, but, like, really needs an overhaul. Like, pretty bad, in my opinion. Zachio asks, is it a hot take to say that I think voice acting should be an all or nothing thing? It's fine if you don't do it. I don't mind reading, but do it or don't. There are certain ways you can sort of commit to doing a specific amount of voice acting that I still think is fine, but I think if you speak broadly enough, I don't disagree with that. Good cripes almighty. What happened here? This mystery stuff is so bizarre. All right, let me have a think about this. Miss Dean was seen... wandering the... I mean, northeast is correct, isn't it? Northeast corridor in a daze caused by the... not the missing doorway. Probably not the monstrous Blake. I don't even know why that's here. probably the sigil under her bed, because we're saying that it has some, like, dreamlike properties. No, so we like ghosts instead? Is it supposed to be the monstrous Blake? Or do I have the wrong corridor? Oh, Neko, you just caught a shiny Meowth? That's exciting. How high is Meowth on your favorite Pokemon? It's pretty high, right? Okay, apparently it was southeast. Who cares?
It seems Miss Dean was wandering the halls in a magical stupor, brought on by the markings painted under her bed. What does this tell me about the culprit?
She's wandering the halls in a magical stupor, brought on by markings painted under her bed. I mean, if we're saying that, like, the markings under her bed were some kind of trap that, like, activated when she, like, positioned over it, we could say that they used magic. I'm not entirely sure that, to me, the information I have reads that way. Meowth is also favorite with Espeon. Oh, that's very exciting, then.
It seems as if the culprit knows how to use magic to achieve their ends, whatever those may be.
Does anyone else love how quickly we went from, like, I don't know about magic, Hokum, to, like, the culprit definitely used magic and so did I, even though I have no training?
I have picked up another fact about the culprit. I wonder if there's anyone I could eliminate as a result.
I think we know, like, exactly one person who definitely doesn't know magic.
And if not, what investigating can I do to allow me to learn some useful facts about the suspects?
I honestly cannot tell if I'm doing good, bad, or indifferent at this game. Now that you've gathered some key facts, it's time to start cross-examining to figure out who the culprit is. Would we say that, or would we say that's pretty early, to be honest? Culprit facts are on the left. Character facts are on the right. Use these to eliminate any characters who don't match what you know about the culprit. You can eliminate characters throughout the investigation. Eliminations are not permanent. Echo asks, Vasco, did you know that in Let's Go Eevee you can add up to 200 to every stat with candy? I don't think I did know that, or at least it's been long enough since I played that I don't remember that being true. So the shiny Meowth will be able to punch God. That's great! Echo says our investigation will not hold up in court, not even funny British court where they wear the wigs. I agree with that for sure. Okay, so like this guy cannot be the culprit because he doesn't know how to write. Where is... where's Ritual Murder Lady? She cannot use magic, so she's not it. Medium shoes. I think I have found someone with small shoes. You have medium shoes. Dude, this guy is I've never seen voodoo spelled in this fashion. This guy is a voodooist Ungen. I swear I found like one person with small shoes, didn't I? Oh, it was probably also her, right? No, she's me. Didn't I? I swear I found small shoes somewhere. His name was marked off Mrs. Erickson's list of magical people. Does not trust or use magic. Okay, well, I guess I'll mark him off until proven otherwise. Beyond that, I think we're good for now, because I can't find small shoes. Oh, hang on. She is here under faked credentials and cannot use magic. Weird flex, but okay. I think we're good for now. This. So chat, as we're winding down, I do want to do the treasure hunt if that is feasible. We'll see about that. That might not get done today. What are our feelings on this game at this point? I'm gonna say that, like, I'm definitely more interested in it than I was. But if people aren't interested, then I'm not sure if I would push. I don't know. Like, it picked up a whole bunch after we got out of, like, I guess the tutorial. Okay, so this is the gardens. I found Spring Lady. That's a really unfortunately phallic-looking companion. Chief of Wheat embodying summer. Keep out the chill. Great. The only one I didn't look at was fall. Harvest of Grapes could tell you for sure that I don't know that that's an autumn thing, so I'm glad the game's on it. Okay. What do I need? Documents? Treasure. Start in autumn. Walk east to the junction. Then north for 3. So, do I have a definitive north? Am I just meant to assume that up on the map is north? Yeah. This, going by this, it appears that, like, up on the map is north. So go east and then north 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then turn west and walk for 2 junctions. And south for 1. One, 2, and then south 1. It is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs. What? Night Zago, thanks for hanging out. What would be not bothered if this does not continue? Okay, good to keep that in mind. You at least have to see the seance. Neko, I have news for you. I'm pretty sure the seance is like basically the end of the game. I don't know if that affects your opinion one way or the other, but that's roughly my understanding. I guess it happens on like Sunday night, and the weekend appears to be the scope of the video game. So I feel like we're calling this facing the stairs, right? But then shouldn't I be somewhere near the stairs if I'm looking for a cornerstone for facing the stairs? Are there other stairs in this area? It's all pretty flat, huh? If I can keep it real with you, I think the only reason Zachary doesn't like this game is because he doesn't like the eating schedule. He's not necessarily wrong for that. At first I was under the impression that everyone would die and we'd lose if we didn't find the missing lady in the first hour, so I'm honestly relieved the game gives us a couple of days. Yeah, I mean, I definitely stand by it seems really bad the way the start of the game is set up. And I think a big part of it is like setting weird expectations and putting a lot of pressure on what should be like the easiest part of the game. And instead makes it like one of the more frustrating things we've witnessed so far, at least. Start in the garden in autumn. Walk east to the junction, north for 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Now there is one weird thing here. It says turn west, right? Walk for 2 junctions, then south for 1. I mean, it's still talking like cardinal directions, right? So like south should still mean south. So here's south, and if we look at the stairs, it should be here. Is this west-west? Explain what you mean by that. 1, 2. I mean, so like there's another, well, if we had a cursor, we could sort of do this without actually navigating the overworld. But like, we go east to the junction, then north 1, 2, 3, then west 2, then south 1. Yeah, I mean, this looks like where the treasure map leads to. But then it says the weird... It is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs. See northeast corridor. Okay. Okay. So... if we look at the building, right? West Tower is to the left. Northeast is to the upper right. Which, as I stated earlier, but maybe people were multitasking. This leads me to believe that north is up, and south is down, and west is left, and east is right. Like, I'm not just assuming that. I'm assuming it based on educated information. So then, if we go back to the garden, we start... like in the middle, slightly to the right. It says go east to the junction, which is like the like central column on the right there. Then go north for 3, which is like take us to the dot, take us to the next gap, take us to the dot. Then west 2, which like takes us to the gap and then to the dot, and then south 1, which should take us to like the gap between the 2 dots on the left, like between the middle and the churchyard. But then it says, is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs. But, like, why would... what cornerstone is it talking to? Or talking about? Oh. That one, I guess. That's not how I would describe that
This is
at
where
all.
the note from Miss Dean's room leads me.
For one, I wouldn't describe
If I
that
look
as a
in here,
cornerstone. And for two, I wouldn't say that's the one that you see when you're facing the stairs. Like, no part of that description is how I would indicate this spot in the garden. I got a book.
Found it. A strange book.
He doesn't care about that at all.
Feels as though it's staring right through me.
I'll scale. This sigil fills me with dread, but then it's overpowered by a sense of ambition. Are these emotions my own, or do they belong to someone else? That might be... Well, no. Maybe? That might be the thing that's up in her room? I don't know. Somebody translated the sigils. Miss Dean, perhaps? The first one means to open, and the second one means to close. Also written here is Scaoi, release, but I see nothing of that name in these pages. I can make out some Irish letters, but others are unfamiliar to me. This is done. Closed. This sigil fills me with a deep sense of sadness and the fear of being trapped. Are these emotions my own, or do they belong to someone else? Despite the modern-looking cover, the pages are old and rough. While they are dry, they smell of peat and moss. I'm not sure what this was written with, but I have fear it was not ink. Why on earth did she leave this? So symbols are certainly like the ones I've been using, but what is their purpose? Okay. Maybe I can use that sigil on the piece of paper in her room, and if I do... Question mark? I don't know what happens then. I need to get to 15. I already don't remember how to get there, and I was just there. It'd be kind of nice if I could look at sigils from the book, if there's going to be more like this that are like super vague, like while I'm drawing, I mean. I guess there's sigils is like its own category, right? So I think I need 2, 3. No, that's not it, is it? I will never remember, like, the shortcut to any particular menu page, for real. That won't happen. Maybe close? Close might be possible. So it's a little bow tie in a diamond in a box, but there's a line down the middle. No, that's not it either. These aren't evenly spaced enough. So I think this is just, like, unrelated. The treasure map just sort of, like, was nonsense. Like, I'm sure it's useful for something, but I have no idea for what. Here, have a extra save slot, Scarecrow. You want a little spooky music for outro? Or no spooky music? So like I might have to put it up to the Discord because I think I could really go either way on this. Like I'm definitely somewhat interested in this, but like it is an insanely slow burn. Like even as someone who's like not opposed to like slow storytelling, like I don't know. I'm torn because like I do feel like once they like let off the gas with those like stupid like multiple hard hour deadlines and like real specificity of what had to be done immediately, like the game felt like it opened up a lot to me and is like a lot more enjoyable. And like even though there's some rough edges to the open-ended nature of doing the investigation, like it also at least feels like the choices matter and like a lot of it has felt relatively organic because like I just find information about whatever it is I'm investigating. So like it feels natural that I get that information. And when I get enough of it, I can do something with it. Is that always clean? No. Am I always entirely clear on like what I'm doing or why? No, particularly not with the magic. The magic is really weird. Like I'm mostly fine with the like drawing sigil stuff. But like the way it actually like ties into the story is like bizarre. Where just like I feel like it was implied that like my character was like not one of these like magic practitioners and like maybe was skeptical of magic. Like I feel like he was like introduced to us as like a detective, someone of reason and maybe of like faith, but not someone who really believes in like supernatural stuff. And then like we have like one dream and then suddenly we're like a sorcerer. It's interesting, it's weird. There's definitely things I like about it. I'm still kind of wary of like how many characters there are, but like there's something interesting to the nature of like finding like I'm gonna emphasize with really strong air quotes like hard evidence of like certain attributes that the alleged culprit must have. So like once we get to know like a little bit about various characters, we can just like rule them out so that like if they don't turn up to have some like relevant information to our investigation, we don't have to care about them at all, which is like kind of fun in a weird way. I don't know. Not getting a lot of meeting feedback, but I know it's late on Saturday, so I'll put it up on the Discord for some further discussion. I think I could go either way. I definitely like if nothing else, I'm definitely glad that we played a little more of it. Because I do feel like this at least gives us a sense of like what's good about the game. But like I'm not totally sure about the final end quality of the game or if it's worth the really slow procedure. See, it asks, am I late? I mean, we're pretty much wrapping up. You are in time for Squirtle, though. Now Nurse Joy will always call me Meowth Master whenever I heal my Pokemon. How does that work? Love the little Gengar. I do too. I put him on my Christmas list as a little bit of a lark. I saw that they restocked the Sitting Cuties of the Ghastly line, and I like kind of figured that like a Gen 1 restock, like if Gengar sold out and he's very popular, I wouldn't have a chance to get him again. And I do like Ghost Pokemon. Gengar's probably not super close to the top of my list, but he's like a cool guy, and I really like little Gengar. He's very good. In post-game, there's a master for every single Pokemon. Beat them in a 1v1 and you can claim their title. That's wild. I have no idea. I don't do a lot of Pokemon post-games, though, to be honest. That's a little on me. But yeah, I guess I'll leave it up to the Discord for the most part as to whether we continue this game. But in order to complete this stream, we must locate secret Squirtles. Somewhere in this room are hidden some number of Squirtles. They look something like this. If you are able to locate a Squirtle hidden amongst the various friends on display, that will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. It's a brand new year. Couldn't you use the good luck? Take a moment, look around, see if you can find where a Squirtle might be hiding. Did this just because I had to be the Meowth Master? No, I mean, with this information, I understand. It makes quite a lot of sense. I believe Neko is playing Let's Go Eevee. I know she said she got it for her brother, and she made a reference to the fact that she could do something that exists in the Let's Go games. I still have I think it's still sealed even? Might be sealed. I haven't played it, but I have a copy of Let's Go Pikachu that my mom got for me at some point that honestly I'm kind of excited to play. There's so many things to do, you know? So demolition guess Pikachu, got a couple guesses for Big Flareon, one for Little Gengar. If there's any other last minute ones, let me know. Let's start revealing. Guess we'll start here with Little Gengar. He's close. So mischievous. I really like his mouth. Like, it's just good detail. No Squirtle with him this time. Instead, this Jolly Holiday octopus. Very small. However, we look behind our fluffy Pikachu, we will find ourselves a little Squirtle. And if we look behind our fairly large Flareon, we'll also see a tiny little Squirtle riding on its back. So floofy. But I also wanted to show off another Squirtle haver, which is Holiday Sylveon. Another Eevee, also quite soft. My lighting absolutely will not sustain this friend. She like does not show up. She's simply like too white. It just deflects all light and like doesn't show up at all. But you can see her little gingerbread Eevee with his little bow tie, who's precious and I love him. Is the theme warm and fluffy? The theme is indeed specifically fluffy. I tried to really specifically differentiate things that would feel different if you were to touch them. Like pointy Sonic the Hedgehog, kind of pointy Gengar, who's also a ghost, so you wouldn't really be able to touch him. And yes, hence the fluffy unicorn is so fluffy you could die. I thought that might help specifically guide people to fluffy instead of just like warm or some other thing. I was pretty pleased with that. And I'm glad that you caught that as well. I do really want to emphasize, this is a sizable Flareon. It's very cute. It's very soft. It is not life size. That should be coming later this year, unless it just gets delayed into oblivion or something. But like, just for reference, this is big. We got a bigger one coming. But yeah, I enjoyed playing through the stream. I don't know how much people are enjoying this game. We'll figure it out. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Till I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.